support and over visiting his 11-year-old son.
Did y'all hear it?
Shut the heck up.
How much time he get?
Let me run it back. Let me run it back because y'all see people don't think this shit happens. So let me do it again.
Well, a Houston father is facing 180 days in jail for overpaying his child support and over
The fuck you
his
say?
11-year-old son.
Yeah, 180 days in jail for overpaying child support. You can't win for losing.
Did you see this? Did you hear the second part? And over visiting his son.
Yeah. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You can't win for losing.
Hey,
And then listen. And you know what? Here's
Told
the
you
thing.
it's a corrupt system. That's why I say we throw it all away.
Here's the thing. Like I got an uncle. His wife asked my mom, "How come Mandrell and Shushu don't have kids yet? They must can't have any." My mom was like, "It's because they're very selective about who they have kids with. They ain't gonna have babies with just anybody. I raised them that way." And then since that was clearly a shot, you know what I'm saying? My mom took a shot at her. Maybe you'd raise yours the same way. They wouldn't end up fucked up like they is. But anyway, my mama got a mouth on her like that. But so it's like this. Yeah. This is as a confession. This is one of the things that worried me about having kids, dealing with stuff like this, and it's why I've always, just number one, very selective about the women I laid down with. Number two, I've always worn protection. So even though I hate condoms,
Raw dog Ronnie.
Yeah, I hate condoms, but
a long stroke loop.
The thing is, seriously, I was one of those guys who actually thought about this kind of stuff before I slept with chicks. You know what I'm saying?
Pull out Percy.
Hold on a second. Now, here's the thing. No, listen. If I'm going there, another confession. If I'm going in there raw, my pull-up game. Oh, look, my pull-up game weak as fuck. If I'm going raw.
Pull out Percy.
Pull out Percy. I ain't pull out Percy.
Y'all so childish.
But no, the thing is, for real, I was always thinking about this is one of the things that really did concern me. Like, JT, why people don't think about this kind of stuff?
Oh shit!
I don't know, but I mean, this is a concern. Now, this is just ridiculous, though. 180 days he's facing for overpaying child support and over visiting his child.
I know a guy that got called to court for overpaying. This happened in Texas.
Why is that an issue though? If you're overpaying
and over visiting,
why is this an issue? Like, how does the court even know?
And the crazy part, he had full custody of his daughter.
The snitch.
How do you overpay with full? Oh shit!
You got full custody. You're still forced to pay child support, and yeah, all of that.
That's why I got so mad. If y'all go back. And that's why, what's his name? What's that guy name? That dude, he in my crosshairs because they think I'm finished with that. You can't tell us anything. You can't tell me nothing about that system. You can't tell me a damn thing about that. Don't tell me how to get around this. You can't get around a corrupt system.
Right.
That dude, he is terrible. And I'm gonna put this out here. He is terrible for black men. He is not a great representative
who is that?
of black men.
Who's it?
What's that dude's name?
Clarence. Let's talk a bit about life.
I told him I was done with it. I ain't gonna speak on him.
What did he say?
No, I'm not done with it. They had something to say about me.
Hey, Modern Renaissance man, you can come up, bro. I'll put the link in the chat.
It's that.
Wait, why is Modern Renaissance?
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the deck spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side manage shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was woofing, first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga. It'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. That was Brother Eric, better known as 16 to Life. Man, I'm telling you, if you haven't already gone over to 16 to Life, the YouTube page, and checked out Brother Eric's content, man, you're missing out, man. He's a very humble brother, very good brother, man. Did 24 years in the California penal system, man. And Brother Eric, man, is just a good dude, man, letting us use his music for zero, man. You know what I mean? Not because, I begged, I just asked him. He said, man, go ahead, go ahead. You know what I mean? He didn't put no price tag on it or nothing like that. Knew we were struggling. And so I said, hey, he never said, hey, just shout me out. He didn't have to. We brothers, we already know, we men, we know how, okay, I know how it go. If he's gonna let me do that, I'm gonna show my appreciation by shouting him out. So I'm shouting out the brother, man. It's a good dude, man. Plus he's trying to teach these young cats, you know, man, to not follow the path he was on when he was out there in the streets, man, getting that money and everything, living that fast life, and then all of a sudden got caught up, man. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Brother Eric, man, letting us use the music. Shout out to him for his own page, his own work, man. Got smart, went start studying how to talk to the parole board like you got a brain in your head. he first swing didn't go so good. Second swing, he hit a home run out the park, right? And now, thank God, he's home with his family, man, and you know, trying to rebuild his life, man. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Plus, by the way, man, if you go to Brother Eric's page, 16 Life, the brother has all kind of content over there, man. Very talented young brother. You know, he does impressions. He does, you know, he raps. He sings. He you know, this dude is just a talented cat, man. Very talented cat. Very talented cat. So, shout out to Brother Eric, man, and go on over there and check him out, man. Got a lot of funny stories over there on 16 to Life too. Very, very funny stories. Shout out to Brother Eric. All right, guess who's in the building, y'all? Guess who's in the building? Brother Rico.
On time, like always.
Yeah, man. Only 23 minutes late. Yeah, that's fine.
No, I'm good for my people.
You all CP time, man. You know, that's why people hated they hated inviting my mother somewhere, man, because my mother would always show up like 2 hours late, man.
I'll tell you like they told me. It's better pissed off than pissed on.
All right, Rico, let me start shouting out everybody in the building. Shout out Brother Sim. Glad to have you in the building, brother. Sister Annie, glad to have you in the building. Hang on, man. We're gonna have a little ride today. Shout out to Brother Von Bryant. Shout out to Von Bryant. Man, this dude did another what we do, Von? 11 hours? Holy smokes. Oh man. I think we did about 10. Yeah, man. But we raised $200 or $300, man. Shout out to Von Bryant, man. Glad to have you in the building, brother. Got my sister OG Patrice. OG Patrice. I heard you, sis. My sister gave me some good advice. I'm gonna try to walk as far as I can with the advice you gave me, sis. I'm gonna try and do what you told me, man. I'm trying to keep it nice.
What kind of trouble you done got into now? What do you got us into now?
I don't know, brother. I don't know.
You always got us in some shit.
I know, man. What's wrong with me, man?
I stay in some shit with you.
What's wrong with me? Okay, I'm gonna show you what they said about me, Rico. I'm gonna show you what they said.
And you know, you had me over there looking over there. I thought you were gonna be over there, so I was like, huh?
No.
Okay, all right.
We're gonna be over here, but I got the clip though. I got the clip.
You always inviting these motherfuckers. You know me.
I do. I invite them. Well, Rico, because it ain't no big deal, man. You know, I don't care. They got
I gotta sit back and see.
Sit back and see. Yeah, it's not no big deal, but definitely, I thought it was very uncalled for. All right, so
my brother. Then look, we go to war now.
I know.
We go to war. Get the car.
Rico.
Okay.
Put the gun down, Rico.
Okay.
All right, so all right, knowledge and relationships. Shout out to Knowledge and Relationships. If you haven't already subscribed to Knowledge and Relationships, go on over to Knowledge and Relationships, subscribe to Knowledge and Relationships. And by the way, OG Patrice, Rico, did you know OG Patrice is going to be debuting her show this Sunday on Knowledge and Relationships? Did you know that?
Saturday or Sunday? You told me Saturday. Now you're trying to make me miss it.
No, you just old, man. I told you Sunday.
Oh, okay.
Sunday.
I'll be there.
I'll be there. All right, it's Sunday. Yeah, shout out to I think it's 3:00 Pacific, but shout out to OG Patrice. My sister's gonna be debuting her own show, man. We see what she's gonna be talking about. Knowledge relationships. Say what's up, bro clans. What's up, brother M3. Shout out Intellectual Soapbox. Shout out to all of y'all. Sister Enya, I got your email, Sister Enya. I'm gonna try to do like you say too. I got some advice from her too. Yeah, shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody. Brother Marcus. Shout out to Brother Marcus. Shout out to Marcus in the building. Who else is in the building? Sister
Jill.
Oh yeah, I see Jill here. Yeah, shout out to Jill. If you haven't already subscribed to Jill's Chocolate Boutique, go on over to subscribe to Jill's Chocolate Boutique. Check out that content over there and see if that's
out Sister Annie and Sister Enya, right?
Yeah, I got them already. But if you haven't already subscribed to Jill's Chocolate Boutique, go on over to Jill's Chocolate Boutique and see if that's the kind of content you are down for. I think I got everybody in the building, Rico. Oh, New Growth. Shout out to New Growth. Shout out to New Growth. It's another good lion in the game. All right, Rico. So maybe you didn't hear it. You didn't hear.
No, I did.
You didn't hear. Okay, so I'm going to play it for you again.
Whew.
I invited this brother to come over here and defend his position. I haven't heard back from him, so I don't know. Maybe he's at work or whatever. I don't know. So we're gonna.
Okay, so that's the young man at the bottom under the mandrel.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the man
I
and a
just
half.
want to know, I'm just trying to.
Okay.
I know he.
Another confession. If I'm going in there raw, my pull-up game. Oh, look, my pull-up game weak as fuck. If I'm going raw. Pull out Percy. I ain't pull out Percy.
Y'all so childish.
But no, the thing is, for real, I was always thinking about this is one of the things that really did concern me. Like, JT, why people don't think about this kind of stuff?
Oh shit!
I don't know, but I mean, this is a concern. Now, this is just ridiculous, though. 180 days he's facing for overpaying child support and over visiting his child.
I know a guy that got called to court for overpaying. This happened in Texas.
Why is that an issue though? If you're overpaying
and over visiting,
why is this an issue? Like, how does the court even know?
And the crazy part, he had full custody of his daughter.
The snitch. You overpay with full oh shit.
You got full custody. You're still forced to pay child support, and yeah, all of that.
That's why I got so mad. If y'all go back, and that's why what's his name? What's that guy name? That dude. He in my crosshairs because they think I'm finished with that. You can't tell us anything. You can't tell me nothing about that system. You can't tell me a damn thing about that. Don't tell me how to get around this. You can't get around a corrupt system.
Right.
That dude, he is terrible. And I'm gonna put this out here. He is terrible for black men. He is not a great representative
who is that?
of black men.
Who's that?
What's that dude's name?
Let's talk a bit about life.
I told him I was done with it. I ain't gonna speak on him.
What did he say?
No, I'm not done with it. They had something to say about me.
Hey, modern Renaissance man, you can come up, bro. I'll put the link in the chat.
It's that.
Wait, why is modern Renaissance?
What the fuck were they talking about, Clarence?
I have no idea.
I mean, they already said you trash, but right. I'm just trying to figure out, like, and I gather something about child support.
It's probably that's what it is.
And I gather what they have a problem with is one, they don't. I don't know this guy. I never heard you say anything about him.
Never. He came on the program before.
Right, but I remember him with Blk Men and all of the conversation, but I never saw anything or heard anything get sideways. I know they come from a certain position, but oftentimes they leave a lot of stuff out.
Correct.
And because we attack all the shit like the story that they're describing, I can tell you based on a little bit I hear somebody being for overpaying and overvisiting. I'm like, no, y'all leaving some shit out.
Of course.
Give me the details of the case, and I'll go tell y'all where y'all shit's left out.
We'll find the hole.
I have no doubt about that. But I can't, but I'm just like, why are you bad for black men simply for taking a balanced view? And they just don't want you to. They want you to take women ain't shit, mothers ain't shit, right. Child support ain't shit. But the one thing you never hear them say, dudes, who the fuck is supposed to take care of those children if not their father? Who's supposed to be fun as a taxpayer with grown ass kids? I ain't giving no woman no money because you irresponsible motherfuckers don't want to take care of your kids. I fully support the child support system. It's a fair fucking system.
Now we're gonna do something different today, Rico. Usually we discuss it and we put the link out probably out after about we put the link out right away. JT, if you out there, you more than welcome, or any of the Blk Men Unfiltered crew that wants to explain JT, but I'm only taking you guys one at a time. I'm not going to load up the panel.
No,
with a bunch of you guys today. No, because I want JT, and when JT comes, We're just gonna do that.
I just stand fully in support of the child support system, period, because these kids need to be taken care of.
Of course.
Now, so if anybody got a problem with that, too bad. And I paid child support, so I've been on. Don't come to me crying about, oh, this motherfucker, I done paid it. I done paid it and received it.
Right.
Well, it just is what it is. If you don't want to pay child support, don't have no fucking kids. Can't nobody make you pay for kids you don't have.
Well, I think Rico, his issue was earlier when I was over there. I'm trying to explain to men how the system works so that you can have a better chance of getting your children. I think in his brain, he felt like I'm defending the system. I think that was because he was letting his emotions run, stop the logic. And so instead of him saying, "Oh, this man is just explaining,"
I'll defend the child support system. It can't be perfect.
Well, you gotta have something out there, right? You gotta have something out there, right?
Because the bottom line, if not, motherfuckers just wouldn't take care of their kids.
I mean,
that's what they were doing before the child support system. Dudes just say, "Fuck them."
Just drop them off at the
and they just wouldn't take care of them, and that's why it came to be. So I'll defend it on that. I don't think it's perfect. I think it could be retooled, it could be worked on, but no, I don't want to see nobody, to include black kids, white kids, any kids, go without the financial support they need because motherfuckers just don't want to do it.
Okay,
we can't do. That's all. And if I as an impartial judge have to say, you know what, personally, I don't give a fuck. Them kids need to eat. They need a roof over their head. You're gonna pay X amount of dollars. You couldn't work it out. Too bad.
Okay.
There it is. Cry me a river.
Hold on, Rico, because I want to read Sister Annie's comment and then let Black Man Unfiltered come in.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so Sister Annie said, wait, is this a conversation I remember where you were merely pointing out to men what steps they need to make sure they do or don't do so that they can have all the power to put themselves in the best position? Yeah, that's probably the conversation we were having, right? Over on Black Man Unfiltered, right? Okay, but we got Black Man Unfiltered, one of the guys that was there last night. Black Man Unfiltered, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly, brother.
What's going on? Hey, listen, I want to get some perspective because I didn't want Rico going off on a tangent about something he don't know nothing about. So let me go ahead and
I said I didn't know, sir.
Yeah, but you were saying that they don't want, I could tell there's holes in the case and all that. You got to watch the entire episode.
Right, I said that. I said if I had the other information, because it just don't sound kosher. But right. I agree. I don't know.
Right. So the if you go back and watch the entire episode, the title of the episode was $69 a week is good enough for me for child support. And we played a video of a lady that said women are out to manipulate men, and the courts gave her $69 a week, and that's all she needed for her child. And she wasn't going to get no increases. She wasn't going to try to make this man go broke. She said $69 a week was enough for my child. She said, but a lot of women want more than that so they can pay their bills and go get their hair done. She said, that's not the fact. She said, I'm a classy woman. I'll take that $69 a week. I made it work. My son didn't want for nothing. Right? So we played that video. So we played that video and reacted to the lady saying that, because you rarely hear women saying $69 a week in child support is good enough.
Agreed.
Right? So we played that and we reacted to that video. Then we played another video, and this made national news. I don't know how you missed it, Rico, but there's a man here in Houston, Texas, that got sentenced to 6 months in jail, 180 days in jail for overpaying his child support. And the reason for that is they made modifications to his child support. And when they made modifications, a couple of his checks, there was 0, 0. They didn't take anything. Then the other one, they took $200, and the other one, they took $3. So he ended up on $3,000 in the arrears. He got his tax money, went to the child support people and gave them his entire tax check and paid it up for about 6 months, I think 6 or 7 months, paid it up. And then he went to the house to, visit his son or whatever. He went to court. The judge gave him 180 days because he broke the contract between the 50-50 custody contract between the mom, because he was going to the house during the week to visit his son when he was only supposed to go every other weekend. He would go over there during the week and take him shoes and clothes and chill out with him and, you know, bring him outside and talk with him and chill with him. So they got him for overpayment of child support, and they got him for over visitation, not following the joint custody plan as the court has seen fit.
Can you give me the guy's name? All I said was I need to look it up because, to be honest with you, I need to know what Texas law, because remember, you said it's Texas.
Wait. Before that, Rico, I'm gonna say it like Big Worm. What the fuck that got to do with me? Why did my name be brought up?
Okay, so let's start there. I never brought your name up. That wasn't me that brought your name.
I know you didn't. I know you didn't, man. I'm
okay,
just
yeah.
Why do you think he
what we
did?
know said that
and I invited him here, by the way. I invited him here, by the way.
I can tell you why he brought your name up. He brought your name up because remember that conversation we had about the system that day when we were all on your show?
Mm-hmm.
And you said this, and you said men need to take responsibility. It's men fault. Men need to pay for their kids. And when he said, Brother Clarence, when he called your name, he's referring to the fact that, you know, you feel like it's the men's responsibility, but men are out here getting arrested for overpaying and over-visiting their children.
Hold on. If it's not the men's if it's not the men's responsibility to take care of their children, whose responsibility is it?
No. I understand what you're saying. I'm saying, remember, he's referring to when we showed the video that showed the man that he got 180 days in jail for spending too much time with his son, right? Going over there when he's supposed to go over there, and he got put in jail for overpayment of child support.
But Black Man, let me ask you a question. We can agree that that's not the norm.
Of course.
That's what I'm saying. So I see.
That's like saying Social Security is to throw away Social Security because somebody gets an extra check in the mail.
I mean,
listen, guys. Hold on. Let me say this. Did you see the young lady that was on the panel last night?
I did.
She works for the government. She works for the children, the CPS department. And she says this happens all the time. It's a norm.
No, I don't think.
So go watch it. All I'm asking you to do is just go watch it.
Right. I just want you to tell me the case that you guys are citing.
Yeah, all you gotta do. All you gotta do, Rico, is go to YouTube, type in "man gets 6 months in prison for overpaying and overseeing his child," and then all the news people that broadcasted it will come up. Do you know a guy named Cornell X?
Oh yeah, Cornell X. Yeah.
Cornell, yes.
Yeah, Cornell X. He was trying to help the man get out the situation.
Okay, I just want to look it up to see the details of it because I know sometimes these stories are told in a way that certain details are left out. So I'm not saying it's not true, but I don't think that that's the norm. That does not happen all the time.
Now, what I did was I didn't tell the story. I played the entire news broadcast on my show last night.
Sure.
I played the entire
right. And I'm not dispelling your stream or what you guys discussed or even this story. I'm just saying I still basically what he took exception with what Clarence and I may have said previously. That one story doesn't change my position on how I feel about child support because I look at all these black boys and girls who need to be supported. Most dudes are not going to jail for overpaying. Now, you live in Texas. Y'all got some pretty fucked up rules there.
Yeah, we do. And the judge, and the judge that put him in jail, right? When you go look at the details of the judge put him in jail because she thought he was trying to be arrogant by overpaying. And she felt like, right, and she felt like, an old white lady too. So, and she felt like, and she also felt like the overseeing his child, which I don't understand. It's black women out here every day. That's what we talk about. Who's gonna take care of the child? Brother Clarence just said, who's gonna be taking care of the child? The man going to see his child during the week and go and see his child on the weekend, the days he's supposed to see him, stop by the days he don't supposed to see him. Ain't that what you want a black man to do with his son? And you went to the courts and say he coming over my house too much?
Look, nobody thinks that this story should happen. We're against it. But that still doesn't mean that all of a sudden I'm going to go, let's throw child support out. But there are millions of black children that need to be supported. I'm not going to have all of them thrown out because of one crazy ass case in the fucking state of Texas. Texas does some of the most foul shit in America. So I can believe anything can happen there.
Right. But so
that's all I'm saying.
So you believe that, because I would love, and I meant to ask you this. I was going to email you, Brother Clarence, but I was going to ask you. We're having a show on Friday, the Barbershop Talk, and we're as men, we're going to sit down to discuss the system. That's the name of the show, the system, and how the system is set up. Does it benefit us in some areas? Does it not benefit us? I would love to have you and Rico on Friday.
Okay.
No problem. I mean, but the thing is,
may I speak? May I speak?
Of course.
How y'all doing? I want to. I've had several conversations, right, on different platforms about child support and how the system runs and how it's set up. Now we know that child support and the laws in each state depends on just that, what state you're in. Now I'm not saying it's not impossible, but I've never heard of somebody getting locked up for overpaying. Now, my son's situation is unique because in the state of Nevada at the time where my ex-daughter-in-law lived, my son wasn't allowing my son to see his daughter. And I've told this story many times. She was lying. She had told child protective, welfare. She had told them that my son wasn't paying her child support. She had told the courts that, right? But my son, it was not coming out of his checks. My son was wiring her the money via Western Union, right? So by the time we get to court, he had to pull up all of the wire Western Union information. And thank God he did, because he had overpaid by $8,000, right? So now we get to court, judge finds out that she's lying. There was a guard or whoever the officer was that worked for the state of Nevada was actually there to arrest my ex-daughter-in-law because she had took all this money from public assistance and lied to them and said my son wasn't never paying any child support. So what the judge did is he granted my son, because they had filed for divorce. So he read and null and voided that so my son could file, because she had lied in all the paperwork, right? So that null and voided the divorce out. So then my son could file with decree that he had overpaid the child support and that she had lied about all this other stuff. But actually, because he had overpaid, what the judge did was made a ruling for my son to not pay not one red dime to her until he got caught up with the $8,000. Now that's the state of Nevada. Now I don't know, but it actually ended up working more in his favor. And I think, and this was a white male judge that granted my son this. So my son did not have to pay my ex-daughter-in-law any child support until he got caught up with the $8,000 that he overpaid. And they actually was looking for her to lock her ass up because she had lied to the state. And then he also had granted for her and told her lawyer, because she didn't show up at court, she just sent her lawyer. And me and my son, I went with my son with his attorney that he had, because he had to hire an attorney in Nevada, and he all the way in Illinois. So the judge says, I'm granting, him to have visitation rights. He had told the judge, Your Honor, I haven't seen my daughter since she was 8 months old. And at the time then, I think my granddaughter was like 7 or 8 years old. But all the time, wherever my ex-daughter-in-law would move to, he would wire her money because it wasn't coming out of his check like some do. And we know that child support is a big business. I've said this many a time. All of those extra fees, and this is in every state. When you go through the system in every state and it comes out of your check, those fees goes to the state. They make big money. It's big business. That's why it's a preference. And I said this on many platforms. If you can work out something with your mothers of your children or your child to not have you go through the system, that would avoid a lot of issues when it comes to that. But women don't realize that they're actually hurting themselves more, because I've seen fathers do more for the child when the woman is not putting them through the system than when she putting them through the system. Sometimes the guys get pissed off, and they'll say, well, goddamn, not only am I paying child support that's actually going through the state that you're getting money for, and you're not getting all that money because the state going to keep a percentage and give you a percentage of what they think based off of what he makes is sufficient for you.
Exactly.
See, women, a lot of time women don't know that. So if women can work out something with the man to not take that man through the system, that's the smartest way to go. I know that don't always happen all the time, but it's unfortunate that good guys suffer for the bad system that they get put in the bad positions. Now, what this got to do with what dude said about you, I don't know, but I do know that the system leans. It leans because of the mother law, the lactose law, and all of that, for childbirth. And it leans towards the women automatically.
Okay.
But men need to find ways to better benefit them within that system.
And I'm glad you said that, OG Patrice, because you got a son.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. I gotta do some shout outs. Shout out to Daniel Madden Jr. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Shout out to What We Know podcast. You here? There's the link, brother. Hit it and you come up here and we can discuss where you said that I'm terrible for black men. You can explain it away, brother. I will put everybody down except for you. And me and you will talk about how bad I am for black men. So come on up here, man, whenever you're ready, whenever you get a chance. Okay, go ahead, black man. And then Rico.
Yes. Yeah, so I'm glad that OG said that, because OG was in the show last night too, when we were talking about it, and she put something in there that was very profound. No, the other night you put something. She stopped the show.
Shout out to We Unlock, by the way. Shout out to We Unlock and Wally.
Right.
Okay,
so I just want to say, that Rico, I need Rico to understand. He said, I'm all for that system. That system is corrupt. That system is corrupt. And OG just said it in so many words. It's corrupt. And last night, if you go watch, I want Rico to go watch the whole episode last night. Information Man came in last night, and that brother full of passion. He came in last night with the paperwork, with the laws. He went through that thing last night. I didn't stop him. He went through that thing, man, and he talked about how the states get paid and how the state pays themselves first before they even give the money to the mamas.
Okay.
Right?
I just said that it goes through those states, and if she's getting a welfare, the welfare going to get a percentage and cut. Then the state is going to get their fee cut depending on what state you're in.
Exactly.
I know, bro. Rico, you just said Maryland and another state don't charge the fees. Well, that's 2 states so far out of 50 states, but majority of them do.
There's several other states that when you pay child support, all the money goes to the mother. I'm just saying, I'm just being clear.
But Rico, can I ask you a question?
It's a state-by-state basis and not nationally, because that's the misnomer if we say everybody does it. Because if I pay $500 a month in the state of Maryland, the baby mother get $500 a month.
Okay,
but like you not getting anything.
But like you said, Rico, like you just said about all these cases ain't the same, or all these states ain't the same. And my question to you is, how do you feel about as being a black man? How do you feel about the other 47 states or 48 states that
I don't know how many states it is, so we can't say they all do. We can look it up. But the states that do charge.
You're right. I'm saying, how do you feel about these states?
I can tell you this. My day job, I've done payroll, and I've done payroll for states like Illinois, Wisconsin, California, Nevada, New York. All of those states take the fees out of these men and women that have had child support orders, because I have actually had to put the child support orders in the system, right? When I'm processing payroll, right? So I know that there's a majority more than a minority of states that take
I don't know what percentage it is. Right.
Yeah, it's a big business, so that's all I'm saying.
OG Patrice, wouldn't you say it's $1 billion industry?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I tell you what.
Imagine taking 5 to 15 dollars every payroll for the time your child is born to the time your child is 18 for millions of people across this America.
Okay, but here's part of the part that you guys leave out too, right? Because even your job can charge your job when they send that child support order. They tell your job that they can take a percentage out of your check for them sending your money. It's called the administration of it. So even though we talk about, I don't know what the dollar amount is, but I know we got to pay for all those employees to collect that money, then to cut those checks, then to send that money out, because that shit's not free.
Right.
That's not free. So, so administrative costs will be incurred by somebody. And as a taxpayer, I don't want to pay one red motherfucking penny for y'all not taking care of your kids. So that's fair as taxpayers.
Rico.
Let me finish. I'm not saying how much they need to take. I'm just saying the burden should never fall on the people who are not the father or the mother. No, it probably should be as too much. But what I'm saying is you can't say, everybody goes, well, the government should pay it. And every time we say the government should pay it, you're telling people who are not involved to contribute because it's our tax money. Now I want to ask you one other thing, Black Man, since this started it. I actually posted the link of the case. The man name is Clifford Hall in Houston, Texas, correct? It's in the private chat. It was a clerical error. It was a clerical error that caused that man to get locked up, and he was soon released thereafter. And that was from back in 2014. So all I said and said was, I said that it just didn't. I just sent
you the news. Go watch the man turn.
You told me to look it up. I looked it up.
Listen, but you're sending it out there wrong. It was a clerical error. It wasn't a clerical error after he went to jail. It was a clerical error.
They got him in jail.
It was a clerical error when they didn't take the money out his check.
Yes.
They weren't taking the child support out his check, and that's what got him behind. He went up there and paid $3,000 cash on his child support and zeroed it out.
But what I'm saying is the crux of what got him arrested was because they was taking it out sporadically. So on the paperwork, it showed him as behind. That's what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with you guys, but the narrative that you're telling, you make it sound like, oh, this guy was ordered to pay $500 a month. He was given $1,000 a month. I'm like, why would they lock you up for that?
No.
There was the gaps in the payment times, and Texas, being fucked up Texas, would do something like that.
Right. And she gave him, and she said, and did you hear him when he did the interview? He said, I went there, I told the judge, go watch the interview they did with him. He said, I went in the courtroom, I told the judge, hey, listen, when I found out my job was not giving you the money out of my checks, or you guys weren't taking it out, I went and paid my child support all the way up. I paid all my arrears, right? And he said, the judge said she didn't care about that. You getting 180 days in jail.
Because the way they look at it, and I get it, that judge was totally a crackpot. I don't disagree with that. That judge with a personal animus. But the way they look at it is, not only do you pay child support, but you're supposed to pay it timely. If it's every 2 weeks or once a month, you can be like, it's supposed to be once a month on the 1st. By the 15th, you in arrears. Even though you run down there on the 15th and pay it, they will show you being out of compliance with the order because it was due on this date. That's just generally how it works. It's fucked up, but I'm like, that's the system.
And here's the thing, I do think that is an isolated incident, just like the man in Michigan and this is the part that sucks, right, for a lot of men that do try to do the right thing. There was a man in Michigan that a woman just put his name on the birth certificate as the father. And he ended up going to jail and have to prove that he was not the father of the child at all. So it's and he's still going through the red tape. It's in the state of Michigan. Y'all can look that case up, and that was automatically effed up because there should be laws in place. A woman shouldn't be able to have a child and just put a name on the birth certificate to tie that man. I know that. I know that, bro. Listen. I'm just saying that the system is so messed up that no, women should not just be able to do that on a whim. And I say that because my daughter-in-law walked in the state of California in the police department and told them that my son was abusing his child. Now, my son ain't seen his child since she was 8 months old. She's 14. This is the part right here that I'm saying that men has got. No, I'm saying that men has got to fight and stand up. And if they can work things out to stay the fuck out of the system, excuse my French, if they can work it out with that mother to not even get involved in that system, because we know, listen, I know I'm a woman. I'm just going to keep it 100. Women do vindictive things, right? When they mad at men, when they mad about this, you ain't with the man or didn't work out or whatever. If the child even come out and looking like the man spit them out a little bit too, then they, I get it. I get all of that. There are isolated incidents that we know that hurt and hinder men even more because the system is not designed for them when it comes to child support and things of that nature. Even having to fight and pay thousands and thousands of dollars to just even have visitation rights. My son had to stop doing it. He said, Mom, I can't keep paying this money no more. I got other kids I got to take care of. It just is what it is. I hope one day when my daughter get 18 and she come to me and want to hear my side of the story. So there is a lot more of that in those scenarios than it is the opposite of what men are saying. Okay. So I get that part.
Hold on, Patrice, hold on 1 second. I got to acknowledge that we have a fundraiser we're going on where we're trying to raise these money for these backpacks. I don't know if y'all know it. Did you know that, Black Man? We're trying to raise money for these backpacks.
Hey, where I send it to?
You send it to me. Cash at me.
Oh, okay. Shit, I ain't wait, why you ain't got where your cash app at? Why you got to run it on the bottom of the screen?
It's running on the bottom of the screen, brother. Running on the bottom of the screen. We're trying to raise money for these backpacks. And Brother John from the Dominican route just put in $10, raised our grand total from $1,600. Giving us a grand total of $1,640. Our cash goal is $3,100. We got $1,640 in the kitty. Thanks to Brother John, who just generously donated a 10 spot for us. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate everybody that donated everything.
Hey,
Mac, man, we appreciate you, brother.
Since we talking about Texas, can I just show you what I just read about Texas? Texas charged a $35 annual service fee. That means once a year and $3 a month for child support.
Rico, yes, you can, but let me finish. Let me finish with the fundraiser.
Oh, okay.
That's what this is really about, right? Fundraising. Okay, so let's Black Man, you can down there at the bottom. You got my Cash App. You can pledge it. You can do whatever you want to do. Just let me know what you do. When you send it, I will put you in the book. And we appreciate you, brother. Anything that you can spare. I know you got all them kids and everything you're trying to do for the family. So we appreciate that. Okay, Rico, let me let you get back to work.
No, I just wanted to point that out because, again, like I say, even in the state of Texas, and I'm going to send you the link to the Texas Impacts and page. They said they charge a $35 a year annual service fee and $3 a month.
Rico, it's $1 billion business.
I'm just telling you what the state of Texas. I just looked at one state.
Do you believe
I don't know what it is.
It's $1 billion business.
Shout out to Sister Andrea.
But look, sir, what you're saying is it's $1 billion business. I'm not disputing that. I'm saying I don't know what it is. So I'm not going to argue.
Look. Okay, do this because I know my boy
right there. There's the link.
Yeah, I know my boy in the chat. Who's in there that knows that? Who was talking about it? Who my boy? I think he was in the chat a few minutes ago. But anyway, we was talking about it one day, and in the state of even Georgia, I'll make it easy for you. Go to Georgia and type in what did child support fees? What did they make last year on child support fees? It's gonna tell you $2.3 billion.
Okay, but you do see that link for Texas.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's $1 billion.
But just check that out.
Yeah, somebody get it up.
Okay, y'all. Black Man, we know that there's fees for it has to be fees for child support, right? And who should be responsible for those fees? Me as a taxpayer, or you, who the one that laid down with the girl?
Oh, right? Okay.
We didn't get along, but that's not my fault.
Right,
That's
but we got to look at. Hold on, we got to look at the same thing. But we got to look. Hold on now. We got to look at the same thing when it comes to the prison system. You do. Why you got to pay for that murderer to eat breakfast every day?
We shouldn't.
Well,
you see what I'm saying?
Wait. That's a different situation. I'm paying for my personal security. I don't want that person out in the street. So I'm paying that. I'm willing to pay that for my personal security so that that person can be someplace where I don't have to worry about that person roaming the streets because I got my children out here. I got my wife out here. So I'm paying, that money is good money that I'm paying for my personal security. All of us are personal security, right? So, as a child support, you and another person made a decision to conceive a child, okay? That didn't have nothing to do with me. I had nothing to do with that. But now you want me to pay for that. I don't think that's fair. Do you?
And I'll tell you, as a black man who paid child
now,
support,
you know me
you
work in the community, right?
Now, do you know that there are many taxes, guys, that ain't fair that we are paying as taxpayers? We are paying taxes right now for money being sent to Ukraine. Do we have any goddamn thing to do with that?
Come on, y'all. Come on, OG.
We cannot do apples and oranges when it comes to that, because we already know our government is not fair when it comes to taxes for citizens around the board, right? So, but if you want to divide the narrative, right? I say that it is men that are not doing what they supposed to do that are making it bad in that system for the good guys that are, and that's the unfortunate part, right?
I agree with that.
So this is why I say conversations need to be had with the mother of your children. I mean, Courtney Michelle just recently took her kid's father off child support. She just recently done it. I heard her say that on one of her shows and her platform. So if you have good relations and good conversations and you can communicate, if you're at that point, men, with the mother of your child or children, those are the conversations you need to have. Now, prior to that woman getting pregnant, or once she's pregnant, establishing that good communication and relationship and say, hey, look, you ain't got to put me through the system. If we can work something out, it will benefit us both better, because I don't know why the women think it benefit them. Only way it should benefit women to get money through the child support system is when they fathers ain't paying, not when they are. And that's the key that women need to get. So if you can have the conversation with them to say, hey, look, you don't take me through that goddamn system. I'm gonna take care of my child and be a man of your word and do what you're supposed to do and take care of your child. Then that shouldn't be a problem, right? But the problem is men. The problem is the men that ain't doing it, and women now have to do it. But there are some women. Let me give you the other side of the spectrum. There are some women, no matter how good the men are, they're gonna automatically do it as soon as they get a chance when their child is born, because they are just like, they just not like, I'm putting you on child support. I know your name and social security number. Oh, it's going down.
That's true.
You see, that's why we have to have the conversations, and men have to fight the narrative in better ways, so the good guys don't keep getting fucked in the system that is bad for them.
That's true.
I think we all agree to that. I think we're all agreed on that.
We agree with that. Everything you said.
Ask Rico a question. Rico.
Yes, sir.
Have you seen the laws that they got another law since Roe v. Wade, sir? The law says, and I know you've been paying attention to it. I know you know. The law says that a woman can put a man on child support at conception.
Yes, I saw it. I don't think that's passed yet. They're talking about it. It ain't in law yet. They're talking about it.
But you don't think they're gonna pass it? Come on,
think so.
I don't know.
I don't think so. They might. I don't know.
But it's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant to the situation. The whole total situation is, if you want to maintain control over your finances, then you have to have these conversations like Patrice was talking about way before you even lay down. You got to check out the kind of person who you about to lay down with. You're going to hit and run. This is what's going to happen when you have a society of hitting and running. This is what's going to happen. You're going to have a lot of dudes on child support and a lot of dudes getting gamed and paying way over what they should be.
And the only thing I want to
But what about husbands? What about marriages?
But black man,
And so my point. This is my point. Look, this is my point. If you marry somebody, right? A lot of these guys marry people and they don't take the time to check out the person and see how they would respond in certain situations. There's a lot of conversations that are uncomfortable, right? People don't want to have these conversations, right? Because they in love. They don't want to have those conversations, but you got to, because this can happen. Some can happen, some could go awry, and the next thing you know, you're sitting in the family court saying, "What the hell happened to me?"
But Clarence, one thing that
with my son right now,
we got to be dead ass serious, Clarence, because even you know it personally on a personal level, and I know on a personal level. If in fact we go back to a space pre-child support laws where dudes could just drop their seed and decide on any given day whether or not they're gonna step up, it's gonna be a lot of kids that's gonna be not taken care of. Because even with the laws in place, whether we want to admit it or not, there are some good black men, but there are a lot of black men that we know who do not financially support their fucking children.
That is true,
They just don't do it.
Okay.
And the law don't even make them as hard as it tries. They'd rather go to jail.
Rico, black man, Patrice, we're gonna put a pin in that. I'm gonna pull you guys down because JT is here, and so he's gonna tell me how I'm so terrible for black men. So I'm gonna pull y'all down. Hold on. All right, brother. We here. Now,
yes, we are.
Let me see if you said this. Maybe because maybe I got it twisted. Maybe I got caught up in the wrong way. Let me see.
Even though I hate condoms,
Raw dog running.
Yeah, I hate condoms, but
a long stroke loop.
The thing is, seriously, I was one of those guys who actually thought about this kind of stuff before I slept with chicks. You know what I'm saying?
Pull out Percy.
Hold on a second. Now, here's the thing. No, listen. If I'm going there, another confession. If I'm going in there raw, my pull-up game. Oh, look, my pull-up game weak as fuck. If I'm going raw.
Pull out Percy.
Pull out Percy. I ain't pull out Percy.
Y'all so childish.
But no, the thing is, for real, I was always thinking about this is one of the things that really did concern me. Like, JT, why people don't think about this kind of stuff?
Oh shit!
I don't know, but I mean, this is a concern. Now, this is just ridiculous, though. 180 days he's facing for overpaying child support and over visiting his child.
I know a guy that got called to court for overpaying. This happened in Texas.
Why is that an issue though? If you're overpaying
and over visiting,
why is this an issue? Like, how does the court even know?
And the crazy part, he had full custody of his daughter.
The snitch.
How do you overpay with full? Oh shit!
You got full custody. You're still forced to pay child support, and all of that.
That's why I got so mad. If y'all go back. And that's why, what's his name? What's that guy name? That dude, he in my crosshairs. They think I'm finished with that. You can't tell us anything. You can't tell me nothing about that system. You can't tell me a damn thing about that. Don't tell me how to get around the. You can't get around a corrupt system.
Right.
That dude, he is terrible. And I'm gonna put this out here. He is terrible for black men. He is not a great representative
who is that?
of black men.
Who's that?
What's that dude's name?
Clarence. Let's talk a bit about life.
I told him I was done with it. I ain't gonna speak on him.
What did he say?
No, I'm not done with it. Because they had something to say about me.
Hey, modern Renaissance man, you can come up, bro. I'll put the link in the chat.
Why is modern Renaissance man coming?
All right, bro. All right, so here we are, brother. So you say, hey, brother Clarence, brother C is terrible for black men. Okay, brother, I'm listening for you to explain to this world why I'm terrible for black men.
Well, you do understand, you do remember why I said that, right? From the last conversation that we had. Yeah, from the last conversation that we had, I can't remember whose platform it was. I think it was either Black Man's or I think it was on Black Man's. And when I gave my my testimony about, what happened with me in the child support system, and you guys went back the next day and you had a little panel. It was you, your friend Rico, and We on Lock.
Okay.
You remember that?
I do.
Yeah. Okay. So when you guys were sitting back and telling me what I was doing wrong and not even knowing the whole situation, you guys never called me back up. I saw that. And basically what it was that you guys were talking
hold on,
about.
JT. Let's get it straight. Are you saying that we pulled you down and then said some things about you and would not pull you back up? Is that what you're saying?
No, you guys didn't. You had the whole thing on, and Rico was speaking on something he had no business on speaking on because he didn't know anything about the story. All he heard was a little snippet that you had put on there. You didn't play the whole thing, and I didn't even tell the whole story. So you guys gave your own little synopsis on what it was that I was going through, and y'all had it all wrong.
Well, I think you're very mistaken, brother, because I would never stop you. Just like I invited you today, I'll never pull you down, and I'll never
said
not
you stopped me, but you never pulled me back up. You never said, well, we gonna talk to this brother. We gonna talk to this brother, whatever. You never did that.
Okay, well, I'm glad you said that, because I will definitely go back and look at the tape, and I will find exactly what happened, because I know my personality. I would never pull you down because you said something I didn't agree with. We invite you up here. As long as you're gonna be respectful, brother, we'll have you up here. We'll talk about it, man. So something must have happened, and so but I will check it out, and then we will refer to that later. But as of right now, so now Rico was speaking on something, right? So okay, so I'm gonna let you deal with Rico when you get done with me. Okay, so right now I'm talking about me. What did I say that makes me sound like I'm so terrible? What did I say?
When it came down to the system, you were telling black men that there's a way to get around this corrupted system. And just like your talking points that you were just talking about now.
I never said that.
Bro, look at the tape again.
I never said
you guys over. I'm hearing what you and it's basically kind of like what your talking points is right now.
I haven't even made talking points right now.
Let me tell you what the talking points was just talking about. Okay. The talking point that you were speaking on when you just said, who is it? Whose fault is it if this man has this baby? Who's supposed to be paying for these children? As if every man is out here having sex with women and leaving them, right?
No,
that's one of the things.
I did not say that. I said if you have sex with a woman and your baby gets conceived, am I responsible financially for that baby? Should I be responsible? And my answer to that was no. Am I wrong for that? You tell me, am I wrong? That was my position. But you tell me if I'm wrong for that.
Repeat that again.
I said, if you go out and have a baby with a woman, am I supposed to be financially held responsible because you don't want to pay child support? Am I supposed to be, as the taxpayer, financially responsible for the child that you made with this woman? Am I supposed to be held responsible for that?
No, you're not held responsible for it, but as a taxpayer,
about the same thing. What are we talking about? We're on the same page.
No, but as a taxpayer, that's the same thing. That man may be paying taxes also. And at the end of the day, when if it comes down to it, then you're not paying any taxes if it's going straight to the system, which is the court system. You're not paying any taxes on that baby.
Who you mean, the father of the baby or the taxpayer?
No, you, the person that you're saying that are you responsible, and you paint a picture as if you're paying for illegitimate children.
I am, as a taxpayer. If you don't pay child support, that money's coming from some, and she goes files for it, and you don't pay it. Guess who's gonna pay it? Me. That money don't come out the sky.
And I will too. What are you talking about?
You will too if you pay child support.
I will too. Whether I'm paying child support or not. For one, let's be for real about this.
Okay.
They take taxes. You don't pay taxes. They take it. So whatever it is, it's a whole lot of other things that's on there. But the picture that you painted was as if they're taking a whole lot of money from taxpayers because there's a bunch of illegitimate children. That's crazy.
No, I did not paint that picture. You're painting that picture. The picture I painted was me as a taxpayer having to pay for children that are not being taken care of by the father. That's the only picture I painted. And all this other stuff, you adding all that onto it. I'm only saying.
No, I'm not.
All I'm saying was, and like I've been saying, If I have a child with my wife, I don't expect it. I'm not coming to your house, knock on your door, hey, JT, I need some diapers this month. I need you to kick in. I'm not going to go to every house on the block and ask for money for the I know that that's my responsibility, right? But you got some guys out here, some guys out here that don't feel that way. They feel that some kind of way, some spaceship is going to bring this money to take care of these kids. And then they don't want to increase, right? They don't understand this child's feet going to get bigger. The appetite's going to get bigger. Their clothes going to need to get bigger. This stuff's going to cost extra money, especially if you got a female. They're going to need purses. They're going to need shoes. They're going to need their hair done. They're going to need this stuff. But they like, hey, only $50 a month. That should cover it all. Forever,
That's the narrative I'm talking about. That's the narrative I'm talking about, because the narrative actually, if we're going to look at it like that, then you better put the same onus on these doggone women. They have all the onus when it comes down to who lives, who don't live, who gets paid.
We already
you got to understand this
already.
You have to understand that the majority of this stuff that's being done is people are abusing they're abusing not just the system, they're abusing a lot of these men. The men that's getting caught up are the men that are actually paying child support.
Agreed. A lot of them are paying child support.
In the system. So my biggest thing is that, but the system is corrupt. Can we agree on that?
It's broken. I would say that. Yes, definitely. It's a self-serving.
So no, it is corrupt. It is corrupt.
Corruption means that there's one person, in my opinion, there's one person that's collecting this money. This system serves itself. It survives by taking this money off of everybody and then taking a portion of it as administrative costs so it can survive. I would say that.
So why would they make this? Why would they make it where the woman is a victim? They will make her as a victim.
Okay.
The man is, and it's not, well, some people say, well, women get put on this child support thing too. Very few. What I'm talking about is how they made this system a system where it's a felony for non-payment of child support.
You don't think a woman's going to get a felony for non-payment if she don't pay it? If she get $100,000 or
how many? So on the balance of probability, what I'm asking is on a balance of probabilities, how many women compared to how many men? You know that this is. Why would you make it a felony? Why would you make it a felony?
They're making it a felony because it's going to advance their political careers. But how can they make it a felony?
So it's corrupt.
Okay, that part of it,
so
yeah.
It's a corrupt system.
With that part of it, because they're gaining something out of it by making it a felony, right? Okay, but what I'm saying to you is,
so who is my thing is this. So who are the debt collectors?
Who are the debt collectors? The state?
Yes.
The state.
Nope, it's the lawyers. It is a privatized company that uses this. It's the lawyers that are.
Okay, so let me see if I understand. Because I'm just talking to you straight. So all of this, let's change it to this when I'm talking about this, and then let's change it to that. I'm talking to you.
No, I'm still right where I'm
okay.
at.
No, because you're talking about, okay, anyway, let's stay where we at. I'm talking to you about the child support system. I don't think any of us disagree that it needs some changes. I don't think any of us disagree with that. Okay? And if you got a better system, why don't you go to your congressperson and go to them and try to promote that? Get a group of people together and try to promote that. I'm with that. All we saying is there are a lot of guys that aren't paying for it. So you got to have something out there.
Let me tell you what we're not agreeing. This is why I said what I said about you. You will not even admit that it's a corrupt system.
I admit because corruption means that one person is going to benefit. I'm not saying that there's one person. It's the whole system benefits. For me to say
corruption means corruption. It means that it's a system that is corrupted, not one person, an entity. They benefit from it. They benefit from kids having broken homes. They benefit from children.
They were somebody who will be able to enrich themselves from this situation, and the whole, like you said, the lawyers,
You said it's
everything.
not a corrupt system,
No,
right?
I didn't say it wasn't I said it's a corrupt system. I said it's not corrupt as it pertains to there's one person sitting at the top that all the money is flowing to that person. That's what I'm saying. There's not something like that. The whole system is corrupt.
know it's the
whole system.
I said
It serves
I
itself.
said the system is corrupt.
Okay,
right?
well, it serves itself.
It doesn't serve itself if you got people making it a felony and they're telling guys
off of the people that don't pay their child that have been filed to pay child support. That's the only way it can eat. It can't eat off the general public.
Okay.
Correct? Am I wrong?
So then
am I wrong about that?
No, watch this. You are. Let me tell you
how
why.
is it? Okay,
because there's situations. There are situations where a person can automatically get a arrearage because the mother per se is the one to say, well, they owe me this amount. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen too many times where they say, he owed me 15, 20. They will tack on a arrearage because of what she said. That is not corrupt.
That's bad. That's awful. And I don't have no proof of that, but if you can prove it, go ahead. Hey, send us the link, show it to us, and prove it where somebody can just say, show us where somebody can.
This is what I
no. Listen to me, brother. Show us where. See, y'all come up here and y'all talk, and then y'all say a bunch of stuff like, "Oh well, you know," and we supposed to just accept it. We don't just accept what you say just because you saying it, because you got.
Brother, I didn't say that you had to accept it.
Okay.
But when it comes down to it, you know the system. You've been in the system
right
for a
now
while,
with
right?
my son. I'm in it right now. I got to go back to court in March with my son.
Okay.
I'm going right through it right now.
I'm saying, but do you work for the system?
I do not work for the system.
Okay, you just been in the system. So this is my whole thing.
Do you work for the system?
No,
okay.
I do
So
not.
you in the same position?
I do not
me.
work for the system.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just asking because this is what I'm saying. You were speaking on that particular platform when it came down to it as if you were working for the system. You were saying a lot of things that you didn't have anything to back it up
for
on.
The system, brother.
I didn't say that you said that you did.
Okay.
I just assumed at the time on that
that's
platform,
you.
but you were talking. Hold on, and I'm telling you why. Because of how you were talking.
But that's your assumption.
You were telling men that they were doing it all wrong.
But you're blaming me for your assumption. You took the time to assume that I was coming to instead of sitting down talking.
I'm telling you why, bro.
Okay, but I'm
gonna stand on that. I assumed it. I never said that I did.
Hold on, brother. I can't be responsible for you whenever you decide you're going to assume something, right? You might assume that I got a stack of $1 million bills right here. I can't be responsible for every time. Only thing I can do is talk.
I'm not asking you to be responsible, man.
Right?
I'm not asking you to be responsible, brother. All I'm saying is, again, and we definitely will have it because I'm gonna have that video back up, and then we'll really be able to talk about
anytime.
Where I have the biggest. That's right, where I have the biggest problem with that. But what I'm saying is, this is what I mean when I said that you were definitely bad for black men. Because of how you were talking to black men that actually was talking about their issues. You were saying it. All you had to do, you were shaking your head on the one platform. You were just shaking your head. I was telling you, well, that's where you went wrong at. That's where you went wrong at. You were the one saying this.
Of course.
But you don't know because all you heard was a little bit and you assumed. Just like you saying that I did.
No,
and that's not my fault because you assumed certain things.
You said to me, I didn't even attend when I got the notice to go to child support court. I didn't even go. You said that. Am I crazy? Did you say that?
You're crazy because I didn't say that I just didn't go. So what was the caveat to me not going?
What was the caveat to you?
The caveat to me not going is because the court order was sent to my old address where she was still living.
No, brother.
She did that.
Okay, but
she got it changed.
You said I didn't even go. You said I was so upset. I just tripped out. I didn't even go. That's what you said.
I guarantee I didn't say that, bro.
Okay.
I guarantee I didn't say that, right?
Okay. All right, then, man.
You assumed.
All right. So, well, let me go through what I said, and then you can tell me where I was wrong. First thing I said was, hey, only thing I was trying to do is try to tell men how they can win more in the child support court. I try to tell them how they can win more. Okay, so the first thing I tell them is, if there's any way you can stay on the property, stay on the property, right? If there's any way you can do it. Why? Because if you stay on the property, the court has to now do its job, which is to try to decide who's the better parent. I mean, so far so good. We agree on that?
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
I agree
So
with that.
that's the first thing I said. So when you had said something about having and leaving, that's why I said, okay, well, that's where we as men, not you personally, I said we as men make this same mistake. And we don't, because we don't understand how the court looks at the situation. The next thing I said was, because when you leave the children at the place with the woman, what happens is the court said, oh, you thought enough of her to leave your children there with them? Well, then obviously we agree with you, JT. We agree. Let's just leave it like it is. Let's just leave the children right there. Their bikes are there, their friends are there, their car, the school is there, the dance recital, everything, practice is right there, the parks are right there, right? So why should we turn them upside down because you want now to have the same amount of time with them? Let's just have you as the adult change your lifestyle. That's what they do. Now, whether it's right or wrong, who cares? It's irrelevant. I'm just trying to tell you how to win.
I don't think that is irrelevant. That's my whole point, brother. I don't think it's irrelevant.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, it is not irrelevant, especially if you wasn't the ones who initiate the breakup. Especially when you want to be around, your children and you don't want to go through the system. You want to do it the same way that you was doing it. And if she couldn't afford to have that child, she should give that child to you. In a lot of instances, that's what it always come up to be in. She can't afford the child. She'll sit back and say, he needs to pay me a certain amount of child support. At the end of the day, should no man that want to take care of his child be paying some damn child support through a damn corrupted system? That's my biggest issue.
Okay.
You are the one that's saying, but you have to go through the system.
I'm not saying you have to. When did I say that? I said the system is there, but it's probably better if you do that. At least you got it notate down. Even your friend Hink said that last night. Of course, you didn't say nothing to him. He said it straight out last night. He said you should go and put yourself on child support. Zip crickets, right?
It wasn't no crickets.
I'm saying
because the context was something different. Because at the end of the day, it was a different context when we were speaking.
Okay. All right.
He didn't. I was the one that brought up that it was a corrupt system, and I don't believe that any man should go through that system. He wasn't the one that said that he believed in it.
We agreed on that. No, I don't believe in it. But
you said it was.
No, I'm telling you how to win. That's all. I'm telling you how to win. If this is what we got to work with, then this is what we got to work with. I'm not gonna sit here and say system corrupt and of course it is. Of course we got problems with it. Of course it's got problems. It's not perfect. No system ever is going to be perfect here. Never. But that's what's on the table. So here's the best way around. This is the best way to work with what's on the table.
Brother Clarence, that's where we split hairs.
You see?
That's where I was just telling you. No, I'm telling you.
JT, I'm going to listen to you, brother. Let me let you talk. But let me say this.
Okay.
You ever seen the movie Apollo 13?
Yes.
You seen that part of the movie where they have a system failure or something happen, right, in the spaceship, right? They bring all this stuff into a room with a bunch of different scientists and say, this is what we got to bring these people home. This stuff that's in this box right here. And they throw everything out on the table. And they start coming with all kind of ideas. And they say, this is what we got. We got to work with this stuff. This is what we got. Until guys like yourself, guys like me, go to the court, go to these and start voting these judges out. Women are the ones that vote them in. So that's who you think they're going to be sympathetic to. But I digress. Let you finish.
No, I actually agree with that. That's what we spoke about last night. Was we have to, as men, fight. One of my biggest points was that one of the reasons why the system is the way it is because men are not fighting. I definitely agree with that.
We agreed on that.
I definitely agree with that. One of my biggest points was that. So my whole thing was but it's not a cookie cutter, bro. My whole
I
point
never
is
said it
this.
was.
But the way that you were speaking on it, bro, it was
I think
definitely.
your emotions took over, brother. I
Man,
think your
my
emotions took over.
emotions has not. They didn't
Because
take
I never
over,
said
man.
it was a cookie. I never said it was cookie cutter. I never said it was a perfect system. I never said it was the greatest thing since sliced bread. I never said none of that stuff. Only thing I said is this is what we got to work with. Okay, what's the best way to have it so that you can come out as best as you can with the stuff we got on the table?
So can we agree with this? Boycott that whole fucking system.
How? How you gonna do that?
Stop paying. Let them arrest you. They can't put everybody in the doggone system. They
Hey,
can't
brother,
put them all in jail.
If
they sitting back letting murderers go, what you think they're gonna do with people that say, man, we gonna fight against this until y'all take this system? And this is that part of the fight that we was talking about, what you was just talking about. See, you're not gonna be able to fight by just going and begging somebody to do something. You have to do something extreme.
Okay.
And this is one of the things. And this is why I had a problem with it, because you had men here in Michigan that were saying, I'm not going to pay it. Until y'all change this system, I'm not going to pay it.
Okay.
If you had enough men that sat back and said, we're not going to pay it, then it'll be able to move something. But to go and start marching for what? These lawyers ain't trying to, it's in the best interest of the lawyers. They get a whole lot of money when it comes down to people going to jail and trying to get out of jail.
Agreed. They get a lot of money, period. Just the whole system. They get a lot of money, period. So I agree with that.
So right. So in order for us to get a change, we would have to do something that's drastic.
Agreed.
And that's one of the things that's drastic right there. Because they can't put everybody in jail. They can't keep everybody in jail. They taking people's licenses. They taking their passports.
Yeah.
You can't do that. People getting fired, getting arrested before they go to jail.
Agreed.
You can't do that.
Agreed.
That's what I mean by it's a corrupt
that's counterproductive in my opinion, because now the guy can't get a job, he can't pay his child support. That's counterproductive in my opinion, right? There should be some punitive, but as far as taking the guy's license so he can't go drive a car, and taking the guy so he can't let him get fired, that to me is counterproductive. If you want the guy to pay child support, you want him to have a job, he needs his license to be in the car to be able to drive to the job.
And this was the problem. This was the problem. Let me tell you something. In Michigan, that was one of the biggest problems why a lot of people end up not having licenses, getting tickets. They've been having amnesties for at least 10 years now because of that. On top of having a Michigan responsibility fee, on top of having to pay an enormous amount of money on arrearages and all these different things. It keeps the poor people poor. You got people that can't really pay what they're asking them to pay.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is, and it's because of a corrupt system.
Okay.
All I'm saying is that the system is not that, it's not perfect. We ain't looking for it to be perfect. We're looking for it to be fair. And it's not. It's corrupted.
Okay. So your answer to this quote unquote corrupted system is for everybody that owes child support to just go into the county jail and just say, hey, I'm here. I'm not going to pay my child support. Lock me away.
Why wouldn't it be a start? Why wouldn't it be a start?
How about a start would be to look at the women that we're having sex with and check them out better, so that these kind of women
measures we talk
be
on
having sex with women that will even take you put you on child support. How about that?
Absolutely. No, but that's preventive measures. I understand that. But we are here. What I'm saying is we are here.
Well,
that's for right, like from starting right now to the future, right?
Correct.
What we're talking about is something that already happened already.
Okay.
I get that. I'm a proponent on that also. Hey, pay attention. Again, on our platform, these are the things that we talk about also.
We agree with a lot more stuff than we
But what I'm saying is, bro, but I'm speaking about what it is that we don't agree about. And my whole thing is that the system is so corrupt. We can't just sit back and tell somebody, well, this is what you got to work with. No. If we're going to make a move, if you're going to make a move, you have to at least tell people, man, you got to do something radical. A lot of people don't even know what radical is anymore. It's like it's a bad thing. You're gonna get you're gonna have, this is my whole thing, bro. You're gonna end up having your future screwed up anyway. So you might as well put it in your own hands.
You know what? I vehemently disagree with you sending black men to jail. We already got enough black men in jail, and sending them to jail just for not paying child support. You got to do a lot more explaining to get me to bite on that.
Like I said, it's not a thing where you just not paying because you don't care nothing about your children. You're paying because you're setting an example so you can fight. It's a part of fighting. They cannot arrest everybody.
Okay.
They can't.
Okay.
This is when you're going to start having people, and this is why we have a problem with black men not having people to have our back, because we don't even have our own back yet.
But why
we're not fighting the system. One of the reasons why that I said the men wasn't fighting the system is you got a lot of men that got warrants.
Right.
Whole bunch of men that's on child support, they got warrants that they ain't trying to go to that doggone court.
Right.
The second thing is that you got men that they're scared to even go to court because they've probably been in jail. They probably all these different things that happen. This is why they don't have each other's back. We don't have each other's back.
Right.
Period.
Okay. Agreed.
So when it comes down to it, like I said, there were men that had a movement where they was like, man, I'm not gonna pay. I'm not. They did some real crazy stuff. It's radical. It's radical. It's not a quick fix or anything like that. But you gotta make.
I agree with you.
You gotta make some noise, and that's part of making the noise. It's not doing it because you just don't want to pay child support. Everybody want to, the majority of people want to take care of their kids. This is why when you have men that end up being a father to their kids, they end up doing very, very well. But when you have a system that's sitting here and they're pitting men and women against each other over some doggone some child support, something like that.
But brother, do you think if we start sending if we tell all the black men, okay, we're gonna fight against the child support system, let's all of us just go get into jail. Okay, so who you think is gonna pay the biggest price for that?
You know how many lawyers that's waiting for this shit to happen, bro? I'm sorry for cussing on your platform, man. But you know how many brothers out here, how many lawyers that's out here ready for this to happen? They can't do it because we don't have any momentum.
But
you got too many scared men out here to fight against the system.
I understand that, but you didn't answer my question. If we take all these black men and they say we're going to start going into the county jail and just say lock me up because I'm not paying my child support, who is going to pay the biggest price for that?
I don't know yet. We ain't tried it.
Okay, that was a pretty square question, man. I mean, do you think the children?
No, I'm saying I don't know. I don't know who's going to listen. You asked me who's going to pay the bigger price. I don't know yet. That is a big price to pay. It is very big. It's a radical move. It's very radical to do something like that. They will not expect you to do something like that. They would not expect 100,000 men to sit back and say, I'm gonna fight against the system and y'all gonna have to do what y'all get it how you gonna get it. You don't have 100,000 men that's doing that. You don't have 1 million men that's across America that's fighting back that way.
Well, why not?
You got a bunch of men that's arguing and whining and griping on podcasting and everything about that, but you ain't got nobody making that move.
You're right.
Because we don't even trust each other.
But you're right. But my thing is, when you become a parent, a sacrifices must be made. Sacrifices must be made when you're a parent. And so it's on you. It behooves you as the parent to discern which sacrifices must be made and which sacrifices are too great to be made. Right? And some sacrifices might be too great to be made because you won't be on the scene, right? There's some people that's work in Alaska, right? But if they leave the family, the children's already having problems in school. If the man goes and be gone for 6 months out of the year, what's going to happen to the family? See, so it just depends. Sometimes the sacrifice. So in my opinion, yes, I agree with you. Something does need to happen. Now, have we even tried voting these judges out? Voting these judges and these county DAs out No, we haven't even tried that. We haven't even tried that. We already going to say, let's just go walk every black man that has child support and then tell them just go to county jail and don't pay it.
That was another one of my points last night.
Now, how these children gonna eat? How are they supposed to eat? Where are they supposed to get clothes from? 100,000 black men walk into jail and say, we're not paying our child support. What's supposed to happen to these
They're
children?
not, man, let's be honest, bro. That child support, these doggone women are not spending this money solely on these doggone children. Let's be 100% honest on that.
I would say not. I mean, I'm sure they got bills, that electric bills.
How is it that they're still in poverty then, if that's the case? If you got over $2.3 billion that's being collected a year in child support, how is it that you still have these kids they're still in worse situations?
Obviously,
it don't get better. They still eating.
Obviously, well, I mean, they still eating like that, but hey, you know what I'm saying? I think it's different for each man. You know what I'm saying? My children, well, I would never have them eating top ramen every day. But that's me. Some dudes will let their children eat like that. Some Jews will let them wear the same shoes for 2 or 3 years. That's some dudes. I would never let my children do that. That's just me. That's how I roll. But I understand some dudes might be like, hey, you know, F them. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm trying to make a point about your child support. Okay, you making your child.
It shouldn't even be called child support. It shouldn't even be called it. And this is the thing. That's why when you really look at this, man, they use the children as a pawn. Let's be 100% honest, bro. You don't have children. And let me tell you one thing that I did say also at the beginning of that last night.
Okay.
A lot of times, because you have a lot of these mothers that'll sit back and be like, that's not nearly enough for what everything I got to do for the kid and whatever. If it wasn't, then why don't you take that little bit of money that you got, escrow that money into an account, and you know what? If that child decide to go to college, that child support would be for that child's college. Or if they want to just get a great start, that child support will be for them. It is what it is. They're not doing any of that. It's just a bunch of doggone people that's fighting in court over pretty much crumbs. Pretty much crumbs.
Okay.
And when you got a system that would sit back and they would throw a man in prison for non-payment of child support, you can't tell me that's not a system that's corrupted. And once that system is corrupted, then guess what we have to do? Radical stuff.
Okay. I agree.
You can't use it. You can't use that system when it benefits you. And a lot of women, they would sit back and they would use the system when it benefits them.
Okay. I don't have no. Now, you may have proof.
Not the kids.
Okay, you may have proof that all these women, the great majority of women that's getting child support, are just going to the club, getting their hair done, and all that. I don't have proof of that. But if you can bring me proof, I'm willing to sit down and look at it. I don't think. I think the vast majority of women that getting child support are not even getting that much, and the ones that are getting that much, the ones that are getting it are pretty much using it to, you know, take care of stuff, life expenses and things that around the house. I mean, I would think that would be most of them. They're not really. I mean, the ones that are out there like these actresses and these IG models that bump into these athletes, they're the outliers. The average.
I'm talking about real life. I ain't talking about that.
Okay, so we talking about the real life.
So my whole point is this: then, out of all the men that have been pretty much deemed to be the father, right, through the courts,
right?
What's the percentage of them that actually it finds out that they're not even the father?
I would say that was I think we did that already. Me and Rico, we already said that. I think it was like 3, maybe not even 3%.
3%
of men that find out
in
that
America.
Yes. Or people that find out that they're not the father.
It's way more than
they
that,
have to
brother.
go off. They have to go and try to relieve themselves of child support. I think it was around 3 to 5%, somewhere in there.
It's way more than that. And then on top of that, depending on what state, let me go off after about three years, then you already know what it is, right? You already know that after 3 years, even when you find out that child is not yours, what do they say? You cannot relinquish yourself from your duties, your obligations, because you waited too late. That's crazy.
That is.
You can't tell me that that's not a corrupt system.
I didn't. Okay.
I'm just
If
saying,
you
bro.
want to use that
I'm
word,
just saying.
I'm going to respect that, and I'm going to let you use that word and say it's a corrupt system. Now what? Now what? What do we do? What are you doing? What are you doing? What is your movement? What are you doing to rally guys around to try to get them to change that system? I'm saying because what I'm saying is, okay, this is the system that they putting on the table, and you ain't got no control or no way to get around it. I'm not gonna tell you to
We
go to
haven't
jail.
tried it, bro. I keep saying we haven't tried it.
Okay, well I'm different than you. I'm not telling men to go to jail. You know what I'm saying, to prove a point. I'm not doing that. You can do it. I'm not doing it. What I'm saying is, hey, there's other ways. We haven't even tried voting these judges out of office. Of course, they're more sympathetic to the women. They know who votes more than them, more than men. Women vote way more than men, right? So they know who put them in office. It's usually typically women, right? Plus, most of them have been divorce attorneys and whatever. So they already have this thing all schemed out. But if we start voting and start going to the polls more, well, men don't vote in relationship to women. We practically don't vote. So the women usually vote all these people in. And then we just sitting around like dummies, like, oh, I wonder how come the system is like, because obviously they're going to be more sympathetic to the people that voted them in, right? That's how American politics works. Y'all know that. I know that. We all know that.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not. When you talking about no, it's not the women that's voting them in. It's not. It's people blindly voting in these politicians, these judges. They don't even know who these judges is half the time when you look in these communities. This is the biggest problem we have. I agree with you. When it comes down to it, we do. That's one. The other one, you have to get their attention. Men have to get their attention.
Agreed.
And you got to do something radical.
Agreed. But telling 100,000 black men to go to jail, I think that's
ain't going to jail.
Radical.
They listen. They're gonna have to change the law. They're not just going to jail just for the sake of going to jail. They're not paying child support for the sake of just not paying child support. It is a radical. This is why they call it a radical movement.
Hey, what's going on, man? Okay. All right. I think we pretty much agree on more than we disagree on. I think we're disagreeing on semantics. I think it's because I look at and so I'm not willing. I don't want to run a spin around about that forever. Sure. I think we agree on more than we disagree on, right? But I don't think that me telling black men how to keep their children in the unfortunate situation of a divorce or unfortunate situation where they have to split up from the child's mother. I don't think me putting out strategies for them to do better. I don't think I don't think that's me setting up this whole system where you saying I'm setting up this situation where I feel like the system is okay and everything's great. I don't feel that way. That's why I'm offering solutions so that they can keep their children. I did it with my son. My son got custody of his daughter because he listened, right? And so I'm trying to just put out things that work for me and work for other people, right? So I'm just offering stuff. I'm not saying that this system is the best, and I don't know how you were able to get that, and I think it's emotions because I think
it's not, man. Don't say that to me, bro. It's not. Don't dumb my stuff. Don't.
Okay, well, I don't know what happened.
Don't dumb me down. I'm an intelligent man. Well, I'm just saying, I'm an intelligent man. Just don't sit back and say it's down to my emotions.
I never said you wasn't
when you say that that my talking points is when you say that my talking points are being speared with my emotions, you're telling me that I'm not going with my logic. I'm going with my logic. I'm not going with my emotions.
You saying to me, I'm
not dealing with my emotions like that, bro.
You said that I was terrible for black men. Isn't that?
And I'm gonna stand on it.
Okay,
I'm gonna stand on it.
Okay. Oh, it
ain't my emotions saying it. That's my opinion.
Let me run down some. Okay, you can have your opinion. So let me run down some of the things I've done. All my children with the same mother. Been married to the same woman 32 years. Coach basketball, coach football, coach baseball, coach did train martial arts. Did all that for these youth, for the kids, right? Been at the same job for 26 years, right? Right now, right now. You see, let me put it out there, brother, because I know if I'm such a bad person, I want everybody to see that. We got a fundraiser going on right now. We raising money for backpacks for kids. Cash App or pledge. Cash goal of $3,100 we already raised so far. In the last 2 weeks, we raised $1,640. How much y'all raised over there for anybody? I'll leave that alone. I think I made my point on that one. So, but
you didn't make your point on it, because I'm gonna tell you right now, because
how could I accomplish so many of these
let me tell you why I'm still saying it. Let me tell you why I'm still saying it, because you going. I'm not about to go out here and have a goddamn. I did this and I did that. I'm gonna stay with the context.
Okay.
What you were telling black men made me have the opinion that you were bad for them. You can give all the backpacks and raise $1,640 and all that. Cool. I'm speaking on that context. I didn't say that you were a bad person.
You did not say that.
I'm saying that for a black man, when I was talking about what I was talking about, that's the context.
Okay.
And I'm gonna stay on.
Okay, well then that's something else, and I appreciate that, because that's your opinion, and I can appreciate the fact that you said that, because at that time you didn't say that. You said this.
I said you was black. No, I did in that context, brother. I said that.
This situation, you did not say that, bro. Okay, that's what you said. Okay, because see, man, maybe I'm. You're right. I might be tripping. So let me play it back, and then you could tell me.
Why is that an issue though if you're overpaying
and over visiting?
Why is this an issue? Like, how does the court
Hold
even
on,
know?
black man. I'm pull you up in a minute.
And the crazy part, he had full custody of his daughter.
The snitch.
How do you overpay with full oh shit.
You got full custody. You're still forced to pay child support, and yeah, all of that.
That's why I got so mad. If y'all go back, and that's why what's his name? What's that guy name? That dude. He in my crosshairs because they think I'm finished with that.
Do it again.
You can't tell us anything. You can't tell me nothing about that system. You can't tell me a damn thing about that. Don't tell me how to get around this. You can't get around a corrupt system.
Right.
That dude, he is terrible. And I'm gonna put this out here. He is terrible for black men. He is not a great representative
who is that?
for black men. And that's what I just said. Dude name.
Let's talk about it back life.
Okay.
Thank you. That's what I just said. Okay. So my emotions wasn't what got me, sir.
Okay.
That wasn't my emotions.
But see, you don't even know nothing about me to say whether I'm a good representation for black men or not. You should have said,
okay,
I didn't agree with what
listen,
you said.
that was my opinion. I'm gonna still stand on it, brother.
Huh?
I'm gonna stand on it.
I know you're gonna stand on it. I can tell the kind of person you are. I know you're gonna stand on it. That's fine. I'm just saying that, but even that, just because you stand on it don't make you ain't standing on some dog shit. That don't make, you know what I'm saying? So you stand on whatever you want to stand on. I'm just telling you that you don't know, just like I don't know you, brother. You said what you said last night, and I was like, what I got to do with this, right? What I got to do with this? But you pray, and I know you're gonna stand on it. So go ahead and stand on it. I'm just saying, you don't know me, I don't know you, so I'm not gonna come at you and say, hey, JT is a bad person. I still like you. I think you're a pretty good dude. I still like you.
Cool with
You're
me.
just wrong as hell.
You cool with me, brother?
You're just wrong as hell. And that's all. Okay. That's all I'm saying about it. Okay. So hold on, Marcus, because I know black man wanted to get a piece of me. So let me let him go on. And so we agree to disagree. That but you know, I guess I do need some improvement. So I'll take that. And I need to work on some stuff. But other than that, I don't think I'm such a bad dude. All right, black man, you got something to say? Black man? Black man unfiltered? All right, man, I'm gonna pull you down, I guess you're not ready right now. All right, Marcus. I guess I'm gonna pull you up. Marcus, are you there?
Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, big brother, how you doing?
What's up? I'm doing good. What's up, JT? J Tizzle.
What up, though? What's happening, brother?
Yeah, you know, I hear both y'all points. Y'all are trying to fight two different tactics, right? So I respect both y'all sides of perspectives on it. I just think when it comes down to it, one's more in the forefront of it. The other one is fighting in a different way. But you know, I just think that the whole call system is fucked up. It is mostly based on. It's always kind of like, yeah, we all agree on that. So we're not going to sugarcoat it on this stream, on this panel, and to people that watch and listening. It is sexist, mostly sexist against men. It's just the way that it's been built on. So, you know, I agree. I see where JD's coming from, but I also understand where Clarence is coming from. Some people, the way it's benefited men, fathers in particular, is sometimes it's filing first before the woman does. It's a matter of who gets on the jump first. And unfortunately, the women are the ones that do it first. They're the ones that initiate the filing, the paperwork, setting up the court, talking to the lawyers. They're the ones doing it first. So that's what gets me the advantage. The judge takes that.
In Marcus, the men leave the kids with the woman. Typically.
Well, yeah. Well, I will say this though. Hold on, because even though that's on some cases may be true, there is the other good amount of. Well, you can make that argument, but I could also make the argument that the men aren't the ones initiating the divorce. So, you know,
but that's not that's when it comes to child support, that's irrelevant. It's who has the children right now. That's what the first thing they're gonna ask. Who has the children right now? How long have they been there? See,
yeah, but that also goes back to just because the man has the most money, they have to siphon that man's money off of his check when he comes into work, gets it every 2 weeks.
But if the woman makes the most money and the woman leaves the children with the man, I mean, Rico went through this himself. I mean, you're gonna have to pay. That woman's gonna have to pay too.
Yeah, but by that case, then we go by the exception. And right now, that Rico's case is an exception, isn't it?
I wouldn't say it was an exception. I would say that it's not. It doesn't happen as often because usually the man is the major breadwinner, right? So of course, logically, it's going to be more cases for men having that situation, right?
I mean, sure, you can make that point, but it's still gonna go down to like, well, it's like, for example, when a man gets what's it called, domestic violence called, but it's actually him getting abused. They're not gonna take that man serious, especially if it's California. They're not gonna take that man serious if they take an abuse. They're just gonna laugh it off. But if a woman does it, that man's gonna go straight to jail.
Well,
but in that, come on now.
I agree, but like I said, it's more cases going to be men because, like I said, usually more men are the ones that are more violent. So usually, I'm not saying women aren't violent, but usually it's more men.
That is absolutely not true, brother.
Wait a minute. So women are the same as far as violence, but they're not the same when it comes to paying child support.
No, what I'm saying is that what you're saying is that man tends to be more violent than the woman. That is absolutely not true.
Okay.
That is not true.
Okay. All right. I mean, what can I do? I mean, I can't do. I mean, if you guys are gonna sit there and say that women, in most cases, are more violent than men, in most cases.
I didn't say most cases. I said maybe. Is it fair to say 50-50 at least? Is that fair to say? The same as 50%?
No, Marcus. No, Marcus. We're not 50-50. Let me tell you why. The reason that it's hard to believe is because men are not reporting it.
No, I
That's why you can't get
a lot of women are not reporting it. A lot of women are not reporting it. A lot of women are not reporting it.
Oh my God!
You say that they say that only maybe 10% of ARPs are even reported. I mean, a lot of women are not reporting this violence, bro. So I mean, to sit here and be disingenuous and say, "Oh well, you know what? Women are just as violent as men." No, they are violent. There's some that are really violent, but to say they're at the level that men are at, no, that would be in my opinion.
Listen, I want to bring up this, man. A few minutes ago, man, you know for a fact, Brother Clarence, you capping real hard now. When you talk about these women using this child support money just for the kids, listen to me. But Brother Clarence, I don't know.
Wait. When did I say that? When did I say that?
when you was just talking to JT, you said
y'all just say whatever y'all want to say and to be like, yeah, this is the truth. No, it's not. Y'all just say whatever y'all want to say. Now, when did I say that these women, all they use the money for is child support or for the child? When did I say that?
No. Listen to me first. What I'm saying, when you and JT was just having a conversation, you said the majority of women that get child support, because somebody, I think JT said they use the money for something else. You pushed back and said that most of the women that get child support, they use the money. The majority of those women use the money for their children.
I said they use it for household expenses and whatever little stuff like that. Yeah, right.
Okay, now listen. The first thing I want to do is say is this: when you have a child, right? Because we got to talk about experience. You say you're dealing with it with your son, but I'm telling you what I dealt with as a man.
Okay.
Right. My lawyer put my ex-wife on child support. My ex-wife is $40,000 in arrears right now.
Okay.
Right? Hold on. I ain't paid none. But I ain't running after no woman for no money. But my lawyer decided to do that because she said they would do it to you, so I'm gonna do it to them. Hey, I ain't nothing I can do about this. She presented it to the judge.
Kept it going. If she did it for free, that's cool.
Right.
But,
So
you know what I'm saying?
So what I'm talking about is if I got a child and even if the child not there, I gotta pay lights, I gotta buy gas, I gotta go to the store, I gotta do all this here. When child support come through, that money is strictly for that damn child. I don't give a damn about your gas. I don't give a damn about your light bill. I don't give a damn. Them kids are not using up a light bill and I don't give a damn about none of it. My child need clothes, shoes. My child need clothes, shoes, and something to eat.
So let me ask you a question, Black man. Would you be happy if you wasn't paying child support and your children were living in the what they call the projects and living bad, having no clothes, but you ain't paying child support? Would that be okay with you?
Well, I've been there.
Well, you're not answering my question.
No. I'm saying I'm answering your question. My kids was living in the projects with their mama, and guess what? I will be
still not there. How come they still not there?
Because I went and got full custody.
Why?
Because I felt like I was the better parent. I made the most money.
Okay. That's right.
And most men should do that. Go snatch your kids up and don't take them back.
Agreed. That's what all I'm saying. That's all.
No, but that I said it already. That was my point. No,
certain places will call that abduction, though, too.
My point was, instead of you sitting back trying to get the man on child support, give it to him. If you're sitting back and you're saying that I can't do this, I can't do that, give the child up to me then. I don't want to pay child support. I want to take care of my child.
Where the men don't want the child, they just don't want to pay child
support.
But
why we always?
It's a lot of cases that they do, man, and that's what I was saying.
Then, hey, you should work it out. That's why I tell the men.
But they don't get it that fast.
Wait, listen. And that's why I tell the men: if you want the children, don't leave. If you can avoid it. You know what I'm saying? If there's not going to be nothing violent happen, try not to leave.
But the woman leaves.
Okay, then that is, since you picked that girl, you got to figure out how to.
There we go.
That's what I was saying. That's the reason why I was saying that.
Let me tell y'all something. If y'all want to sit
I know what I was talking about,
hug
brother.
each other and cry over the shit, that's on y'all. I'm telling dudes how to actually move through this stuff. I'm actually telling them how to.
There we go.
Not to sit around,
brother Clarence. There we go. Now, and that's what I was talking about. That part right there, what you doing? If you want to cry about it, all these different things,
but
that ain't what we're saying.
No logical solutions, though. Y'all saying,
brother,
I already. My story.
Hold on, I did.
I know we all got a story.
But I did. You just don't think it's logical.
I got my goddamn kids.
You think, okay, Black man, this man say, if you owe child support,
I don't got kids.
You go walk right into the county jail. You gonna leave your kids out there and go into the county jail?
Well, hold on. But if hold on, you gonna go to jail.
You see how you took it out of context?
You gonna go to jail either way because
put it in the context, brother.
Listen, hey, brother Clarence, you gonna go to jail either way if you can't afford this shit.
You pay it. No. Pay it and then try to get your kids. That's what you do. You pay it until you can figure out how to get your children. Once you can get your children, then you try to get your children. That's what you do. I mean, what other strategy do you have?
Okay. Oh, now, Brother Clarence.
Since you pick somebody who is obviously you didn't check them out, you didn't vet them very well. Because now they got you sitting in the child support court.
Now, brother.
And you say that is the number one reason why people is in child support, because they didn't vet a person well.
I didn't say that was the number one reason. I'm saying that is a high reason why. I don't know what went on in the house.
I said the majority.
I don't know what on in the house. I ain't never been in child support for myself. I ain't never been in the court, so I don't know. But I'm saying it could be a number of reasons why you sitting in child support court. The point is, you there. Somebody actually felt like, hey, I don't trust this person. I need to go and take him to child support court. So not like what Hink was talking about the other night, where you say, you know what, I don't trust her. I better go ahead and go to child support court, because if I give her money, she might say I didn't give her nothing.
Hey, Brother Clarence. Now, Brother Clarence, I gotta hold you accountable on something now.
Homie, come on, hold me accountable.
You sent me an email talk about, we remember you said how I spoke to my son and how I talked to him when I was on doing the YouTube. And remember, I even told y'all before I did a video with my son what I told my son. And you said I shouldn't be telling my son some of this. I shouldn't be, before you saw the video, you said we shouldn't be teaching our boys that. But I teach my boy. You talking about you got to vet these women? Yes. And that's why I tell my son, when you go somewhere, you sit in front of a camera. You get on the elevator, you stand on one side, she stand on the other one. When you take her home, you video call a loved one. When you drop her off, you stay on the call.
Come on. I'm gonna let you finish, Black Man. I'm gonna let you finish, but you didn't context what I said. When I sent you the video, what did I send you?
No, not the video. Not the video.
No, because you're misleading the people. You're misleading these people, making them think that I told you not to.
Brother Clarence, I'm not talking about that. I say before the video. You hear me say? I said before the video. Before I did the video, I was on your show, and I tell you, this is how I teach my son to avoid these things.
But what I was saying to you, and then you obviously didn't catch what I was saying. I was saying some things that if you talking to a minor, there's some things we don't need to know as the general public that you saying to a minor. This is what I was trying to tell you. This things to a minor in front of the general public that somebody in the general public could say, you know what, that's abuse, right? So I'm telling you, hey, that's why I shot you that email. I said, hey, bro, I understand what you're saying, but what you saying?
I'm not talking about the video though. I'm not talking. I said I'm gonna preface it again. I said before I did the video, I even did the video,
you said some of the same things, and I said that's what I was talking about.
Right, but I got some pushback when I said what I do, when I tell my son to avoid these trash cans and not have sex at all with these trashy women, and when you go somewhere, separate yourself from her, sit in front of a camera. If ain't no camera around, separate yourself from her, right? So I got a whole lot of.
I didn't push back on you. I pushed back on you telling the general public this is how I talk to my son, so that they wouldn't say this man is abusing his child. That's why I was pushing back on, not the fact that you're talking to your child. Who am I to tell you how to talk to your child, bro?
No.
Not my place.
No, I'm not talking about how I talk to my son. And like I said again, I'm not talking about the video. I'm talking about what I'm teaching him. I'm teaching him.
That's not my business, brother. That's your business.
Okay. So going back to what I said, even that, it's a shame, Brother Clarence. Let me preface this. It's a shame that we can sit on YouTube and we can call each other bitches, hoes, niggas, you ain't shit, you ain't that. But I can get on YouTube and somebody, like you just said, and somebody will say that's abuse to a minor.
Correct. See?
You see what I'm saying?
But that's the reality we living in, bro. Just like I'm trying to explain to this brother. That's the reality. Child support ain't what we want. That's not what we want, but that's the reality that we living in. That's what we living in. So we might as well find some strategies that we can make the best out of what's on the table, or find some strategies to get that off the table. That's my whole point. I never said child support is a great thing.
But until they fix this, I agree with JT 1000%. Until they fix this old corrupt ass system, bro, ain't nothing gonna change. You know why? Like OG Patrice said, it's big business. And why would the government want to stop something that's making them billions of dollars a year?
I think we all
agree. That's why men are leaving the country too.
It's a system that feeds itself. It's a system that feeds itself. And it takes a little bit off of it. Says, I'm doing a good thing, but I'm gonna take a little piece off for myself, and it feeds itself.
And you know what? But you know what, brother?
Well, go ahead, brother.
But you know what, Brother Clarence? I think I put it in the back chat already. If I didn't, I'll put it in a few minutes. But do we know, because Security Boss did a show on this the other day, do we know the percentage of child support fraud that is happening last year? I have it pulled up here. Let me tell you. Last year in child support fraud alone, in 50 states in the United States, over $1.3 billion in fraud. Dealing with Medicare, right? Everything that goes with child support. You know what they add to Medicare? You got to pay the Medicare fraud, child support fraud. You know why? Because there's women on the inside of these places that are manipulating numbers, that are manipulating pay stubs, that are manipulating for women to get more, for men to get less, to get up. Go look this stuff up, man. I'm gonna put the
Black man. You got all this information. What you doing? What you doing besides y'all sitting over there talking about it? What are you doing?
What do you mean? What
the conversation should be had.
I'm an example.
Hold on, Black man. Hold on, Black man. Hold on 1 second. The conversation should be had. So I don't want to throw that away. Definitely the conversation should be had. But okay, what strategies are you guys putting together to try to deal with the situation?
Okay, now my thing is, did you watch the entire show last night?
No, I did not watch the entire show.
So that's why I have a problem with you, bro. That's the reason why I have a problem with you.
If you watch the whole show, you will see that we came up with solutions and what we need to do.
Okay, I'm asking you, what like what?
Men need to, like I said, Information Man came on and dropped some beautiful dimes on what men need to do and how we need to do it. And we already
that part. I saw Information
right.
Man.
We touched on how men need to get together. Because let me tell you something, Brother Clarence. No man is remembered by the rules he follows, but by the rules he breaks. You tell me one great man that didn't go against the grain and became great. No man that followed the rules is remembered.
I'm hearing you, bro.
Right?
I'm just saying.
Hold on. So what I'm saying is, JT has a point. You can't put, if it's 15 million men on child support, and all of them decide we ain't paying it no more until these rules change. You can't put 15. You ain't got enough prisons to hold 15 million men.
Yeah, but what about the 1,500? What about the 1,500 kids?
You don't have enough.
That's a lot of what about the 1,500 kids that ain't gonna eat? What do we do with them?
Right. Well, hold on. But to go back to your day and time, Brother Clarence, in the 60s, how many kids were sitting at home when their moms and dads was getting beat for the right to vote? And they were sitting at home hungry. And their mom and dad was in the local jail. What it was then, when they was fighting for the right to have freedom.
Wait. We had a community at that time. At that time, we had a community. If you seen them kids and you know their parents was in jail, you took them some food. We had a community back then.
But those people,
you think your next door neighbor gonna feed your kids?
But they make
the gonna feed your kids, JT.
But they make the sacrifice.
I want to, but in most cases, they're not gonna do it.
We have to make sacrifices. And last night,
agreed.
we had a million
make logical sacrifices. Sacrifices.
Okay,
right?
So they had a million.
Crazy.
They had a 1 million man march, right? Let me go to the second option we came up with last night. He talked about a 1 million man march, having 1 million men from every nationality, white, black, Asian, whoever dealing with child support, have 1 million men from each group, equaling out to about 5 or 6 million men. And you walk those streets, up into those law officers' offices, and you tell them we ain't putting up with this shit no more, and we're gonna change these goddamn laws. Did you see what the women did? The women got together and said, my body, my choice. And there was 1 million of them out there marching up the street. They stopped the whole workday in Washington, D.C.
Okay.
Just to kill their children.
And when they protesting to kill their children.
Because they want to be whores.
No. Women are different than men. See, y'all gonna go out there. But women will make sure that there's somebody watching their kids somewhere, generally speaking.
What? Brother Clarence, let me ask you a question, though. Brother Clarence, I will send you all the stuff you need. Brother Clarence, I've sat in front, and I don't like to do this, but I'm gonna do it because I need you to know a little bit more about me. Okay. Before all this YouTube stuff, I was on the platform, and most of my boys on the panel have seen the pictures. They have, and I show it to them too. I have sat in front of the NRA and spoke against NRA and how they did with guns in schools. I have been out there when they shot those police officers in Dallas. I was on the front line of that protest for people to have rights. I was out there. I'm an organizer. I'm a part of this community. I'm a part of making
change. Black man,
right?
Why don't you organize a movement at the Black. You guys got over 1,000 subscribers, man. You got organize a movement over there and get it started, get it going. You never know where it's gonna be. We thought we was gonna raise this money, man. We raised this money in 2 weeks. We raised $1,600. We didn't know we was gonna do that. A bunch of people that never even met each other. We raised $1,600.
Okay,
right?
you raising $1,600 for to feed kids and to give them book bags, right?
The backpacks and
The
give
backpacks,
one of them.
right?
We're gonna raffle off one of them a laptop in the beautiful Sister Sophia's name. Yes.
Okay, now watch
we
this.
do.
Now watch this. Now us as Black men and Hispanic men, what are we trying to do? We're trying to get legislations and senators and congressmen to hear us out to change laws that benefit the congressman.
Right.
See, part of that child support fee goes to that congressman having. See, we ain't talking about these white men that's in Congress right now that don't like niggas. We're not talking about them getting free health care off of your taxes. We're not talking about them. We're not talking about the ones that just after 40 years just passed a law for people to not get hung no more. We're not talking about those men. Y'all
What we talking about, Black men?
But I'm saying we're gonna be talking about somebody. We're gonna take care of somebody else's kids, but we're paying taxes and taking care of congressmen and senators and their families. They don't have to pay for no health care.
Black man, if you're gonna do something, if you're gonna go out here and you saying I'm on march or whatever, protest or whatever you're gonna do, or have your Million Man March or whatever, right? You got to make sure that everything is covered down when you get it covered down, right? You got to make sure. It's like women make sure everything is covered down when they go and do something, right?
Brother man, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, obviously, yes.
Right now on YouTube, say for instance, you was making $100 million a year on your channel.
Okay.
And you was making $100 million spreading this, talking about what you talking about right now.
Right.
And all of us got together and say, you know what, Brother Clarence, we tired of this $100 million panderer. And we want him gone. And you the only person that could change. You the only person that could take your channel down and change the rules. Are you going to allow 20,000, 30,000 YouTube creators come tell you, take down your channel because we don't think it benefit the Black men. You're not good for Black men. Take down your channel now. Are you going to take it down? And when you know you making that kind of money every year off the channel, you're going to say, fuck y'all, get out of my face. And that's what the congressmen are doing right now. You think I'm getting...
Black man, that's not... See, you have a way to deal with this situation. Me and JT, we just talked about that a lot of these women, a lot of these district attorneys and so-and-so, they get voted in, and judges, they get voted in, and who does most of the voting in almost every state? Who does most of the voting?
The women that get the women because they get the most benefits.
Thank you. Now, who are the people who? Now, you guys know how American politics works.
Shit.
You got to pay to play. Whoever does the voting, whoever supports the candidate, that's who the candidate supports. So, of course, these judges and these district attorneys, they're going to be support the women more than they support.
But Brother Clarence, they also eat at the same fucking table. They're also sharing steak fucking dinners and shit. They're like fucking lobbyists too.
Because we as men are letting them. We let them. We don't go vote. We don't show up in mass. We let them do it. We sit around, like you guys said. We sit around and don't say nothing and suffer in silence, or we get on YouTube or something and cry about it, but we don't never get a movement together to actually do something about it and actually vote these cats out of office. Because that's one strategy that could get, once they see, hey, these cats are growing. They got one judge out. They got another judge out. I bet we better sit down with these people because they get the movement.
And the thing is that this is the thing. So you have to have men to be able to be incentivized to do it, right?
Correct.
Because the only reason why you got women that's doing it is because they're incentivized to do it.
But judges are appointed. They're not judges you talking about are appointed. They're not voting in.
Exactly. And you got right. And you talking about
okay. I don't know, but in
family court.
They're appointed by the rest of the court of the judges.
Oh, okay, because that's what I wanted to know. Okay, so let's say they are appointed by the
magistrates.
Let's say they're appointed by the other judges. You think if men showed more of a presence in talking about we want this particular judge in and we don't want this particular judge in, you think if that would have more of a say as opposed to just nothing? There's nothing out there now.
Brother Clarence, you know what? It's about the shift. Give it about 10 years. There's going to be a shift. And let me tell you what that shift's going to be. We can fight. Let's start fighting. But let me tell you what the shift's going to be. Because I read the statistic and I said, man, this is kind of crazy. Right now, women, all colors of women are making probably right now 3% more than men. In 10 years, they'll be making 15, 16% more than men, right? I'm going to tell you when the law is going to change. The laws are going to change when women start making more than men and they go to child support court and they can't get nothing, right? And they have to pay 60% and the man pay 40%. That's when the shit gonna change. That's when
you still gonna lose. You still gonna lose because they're gonna flip it to where they win. They're still gonna flip it to where they win unless you make that. Unless you make that stand.
Exactly.
I don't care if women outpace you by 50%. The law gonna be like,
again,
we gotta pay $1
again, and what it came down to, what I suggested, what I said that should happen. You need to have a radical movement.
Yep.
At the end of the day, it goes down to that. That was the reason why I said that.
I agree with you. I just don't agree with sending him to jail. That to me is counterproductive.
Right, and your disagreement
especially
is
when
what
it's
keep
false
us the way
fraternity.
we are right now.
At least I'm doing something.
Now, brother,
I'm doing something.
Now, brother,
maybe I disagree with you in theory, but at least I'm trying to do something where at least the children will still.
And brother, I'm only speaking, and let's be clear. I'm speaking to your point.
Yeah, me too. I'm saying my theory, my points are at least the children are still going to eat if the man is out here. Now, and while you out here,
no. The children, my foot, is her that's eating. It is her that's eating,
bro. You cannot say that.
Whether
they
that
get
man
something else
is
called
paying,
food
man,
stamps.
they're taking $50 a week.
JT.
They taking $50 a week. Let me tell you something. They're taking $50 a week from some of these men.
I think
they're taking $50 a week.
Okay.
That's not nearly enough, but it is enough if you escrow. I would never. This is the thing. When I had to pay child support, I never had a problem with what she did with the money. I didn't care what she did with the money. All I had to do, because it wasn't about what she did with the money. It was the way that she ended up getting the money to be ciphered from me.
JT,
and a lot of other men. They garnished your wages, and I was already paying. And because I wasn't paying what they ordered me to pay, they still not only garnished, but they still arrested.
But I think
but wait a minute. Let's get this clear. Wait, Von Eric, hold on. Let's get this clear. They arrested you and garnished your wages because you wasn't paying what they ordered you to pay.
I was in a arrearage, right? I wasn't paid what I ordered. Now, when I watch this before you start going somewhere else. I got a modification twice.
Okay.
Twice.
Okay.
Guess what they did? 22 days after I got the modification, she goes back. She what they call it? She contested it. It goes right back up. She
appealed it.
Right.
Okay.
So we know
22 days. Twice.
We know the system is corrupt. It's a lawyer that was on the Ghetto Boys channel, and she's one of the her, and it's another woman who wrote a book about the corrupt system. So if you go on the Ghetto Boys, the lawyer, she's from DC, and she talks about it, and it's in the book about how the corrupt system is. But I do believe that as far as what JT and I'm saying, that we all need to get together. But going to jail, that could be mixed because you got fathers that's taking care of other kids. You got fathers that excelling as far as their jobs. So that may be a little.
Guess what, brother? Guess what happens? It put pressure on the community.
But you know what would need to put pressure on?
You put pressure on the community. You add pressure.
Okay, but I tell you what needs to put pressure on the community is to correct the Black Caucus. They the biggest Black caucus. It's the biggest caucus on Capitol Hill. They don't say anything. You have the Black Lawyer Association that got the best lawyers in the world. They do not go to courts to help Black men. You got the Rainbow Push Coalition that have the best lawyers. You have Al Sharpton with his thing have the best lawyers. So those people that's connected on political hill needs to step up and be in those court systems. Why are they not in the court system? Why is people getting money? Why is the NAACP getting money every year, our tax dollars? Why not lawyers is in those court systems standing by black men and help them break down this corrupt system? You know why? Because they making money off of it.
Just pure capitalism.
There you go.
And you know what? Let me say this real quick. And then, Brother Clarence, you keep going back to if the men are in jail, how the kids gonna eat? Well, you know, I'm out in these streets a lot in the community, and during the pandemic, a lot of the women that are in the community, around the church and around basketball teams and football teams, when you go visit them during this pandemic, the government gave all these women, even if you wasn't on food stamp. I know some women that got $7,800, $6,300 worth of food stamps. Listen to me, man. I need to have a show. I'm gonna tell these women they don't have to show their face. Just put up an advertisement.
I never met somebody with so many horror stories, man. Man, you got to be.
Dude, it's not horror stories,
man. You got so many horror stories.
Look,
man.
No. Listen, Brother Clarence, listen, Brother Clarence, listen. I need you to go look this up yourself. During the pandemic,
I believe you. I believe that
during the pandemic. During the pandemic, the government gave women $1,500 per child in food stamps.
Yeah, they
okay.
Did. Yeah, they did.
Okay. All right. So what? What does that got to do with us as men?
Hold on. What you mean as men? So okay, so hold on. During the pandemic, when you lost your job, could you get that $1,500?
No, I mean, but I didn't lose my job, thank God. But I'm just saying, even if they gave them that, would you want those kids in front of your house, or would you want the government to try to support them? I mean, what do you want?
You're missing.
What's the lesser evil? What's the worst of evil?
You're missing my point.
Okay, what's your point?
The point is the kids the kids gonna eat because the women have been incentivized by the government, and the government told them, long as y'all help us with these niggas, your kids gonna eat.
Right.
Okay, so why don't we as niggas get them off of the government assistance by supporting them?
What? Oh, that's just support them. How? I'm not supporting no woman. I'm not
supporting by if I have a child with this lady, then I'm going to support whatever and every way I can. Well, first of all, the first thing you need to do is vet these women very carefully. That is just getting thrown out the window.
Lord.
Well, that's how we here. We're here because people are not vetting these women properly. They go in there hitting and running.
But Rico, you make it seem like I'm sorry, Brother Clarence. You make it seem like there's women out there that don't put on that mask and don't waste their time. And then all of a sudden, years down the line, they change and switch up.
But
there's women that do that stuff.
What about women need to vet men too? Don't just put it on men.
I'm putting it on men because we're talking about men right now. We're talking about men paying child support right now. So I'm talking about the men. If you want to protect yourself, the best way to protect yourself is to get to know the character of the person that you're going to think you're going to lay down with, so that you can know they're going to be reasonable in a situation.
Just don't involve the state. Don't involve the government in your marriage.
Brother Clarence.
It don't matter if you don't involve the government in your marriage. If you lay down with somebody and you don't know if they're going to involve the government in your situation or not, then that's on who.
Okay, so let me ask you: how do you know? How do you know? How do you know?
There's no foolproof way of knowing. The only way, the best defense you got is to go on the offense.
He means preparation
and try to ferret out the information to see how they will respond in certain situations by asking them certain questions.
I want to hear Hank speak.
Can we get Jay and Hank to talk? They didn't.
Hold on, because Hank was here first for a while.
Right. Yeah. Let me say this real quick because I'm finna go to football practice. Let me say this real quick. So, Brother Clarence, my Lord, I'm gonna have to pray real hard tonight.
All right.
But Brother Clarence, I see what you're saying. And the reason I disagree is simply because of this.
You saying the same thing to your son that I'm saying. We saying the same thing.
But when you said vetting and all this other stuff, Brother Clarence, let me tell you something. You can be with a woman. You can be with a woman, and y'all can break up and have a great breakup. Everybody good. Y'all done sat down and come up with an agreement. You're gonna give her money. She's gonna accept it. Everything is good. But Brother Clarence, the system is set up to tell the woman, if he piss you off, or find another woman that's finer than you and you don't like it, come to us. We'll fuck him. And that's
We
not
already
right.
agreed to that, man. We already agreed. We
But
already agreed to that.
hold on the panel, watch
Doing
this.
the
Let me
same
tell you.
stuff over and over again.
No, on the panel right now, we have all these men on the panel. By a show of hand, if you're not cammed up by your voice, say I. If you know a man that's been with a woman and they had a great work, they worked things out. As soon as that man moved on with his life and got remarried and found him another woman, the woman went put him on child support. Anybody on the panel, say I or raise your hand if you.
I know.
My point exactly. It happens more often than not that if a man will take care of his business, but a woman can get upset because he done moved on with a woman that's finer than she is. He ain't with her no more. He ain't giving her that attention no more. And she upset. And the only reason he on child support is not because he a bad daddy, but he on child support because of the various reasons.
Because he moved on
with another woman.
Go ahead, Hank and Jay.
I rest my case, Your Honor.
Let Jay go first, Hank, because he got to head out, and then we go over to Hank.
Go ahead, Jay.
Jay, are you there? All right. Going once, going twice.
I went to go release the Kraken.
Okay, Hank.
Well, I agree with some of the things you're saying, Brother Clarence. But as far as the laws changing, men gonna have to get it done. But we're gonna need women on our side to do it, because we ain't gonna be able to do it ourselves, because we're not gonna have enough men out there who has kids, who's maybe dealing with this situation. I don't know what the numbers are, but you hear it all the time. They say that single and childless, 51% of them are. So if that's the case,
51% of men, 51% of men, and I think it's like 25% of women or something like that.
Hey, get them damn helmets up, boy.
You would have to cut it even 25% of the men who are dealing with bad situations like this. So I don't think every man is dealing with this situation what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? But the people that are, it's really bad. You understand what I'm saying? So those who are dealing with really bad situations like what they're dealing with, we're going to need more than just the men. Like I said, we have to. You're going to have to get some women who are willing to sacrifice and not have child support, not have some of these goods. Are we going to find that? I doubt it. What woman in her right mind going to give up them benefits? Truly, give up them benefits that they're getting to come argue and fight. Maybe a few mothers who have sons, and maybe they could probably in the same situation, but I doubt it, because then they're going to say, well, damn, if I sacrifice for my son, where that's going to lead me? Most of them not going to be willing on doing that.
It's like walking into a lion's den with the meat suit, and the lion not going to eat you.
It's a hard ask, but I'm not saying it can't be done, but it's going to be a hard ask to get it done. Now, I was in a situation. The reason I said what I said last night is because I don't put my faith in women like that. A lot of men do, and that's sad, and I hate to see them, but they do. I would never put all my resources and faith and on a woman, on a overly emotional creature. There's no way I could do that. So if I got to depend on that and hope and she gonna do me right by not putting me on child support, like man said, I seen many of incidents, you know what I'm saying, where the 1 minute, no, I'm not gonna put you on child support, we good, you just pay this amount, 2 or 3 years later, like I said, he done moved on. He done found something, good and worth developing and creating a relationship to the point he got married. Best believe that she didn't like that. And she got it. And so he had to pay over 8 years of back child support. That's a sad situation. But that's what it was. So I was in a situation where I got child support. I pressed for child support. Was I going to sit there and say, no, I'm going to let her? No. And that's what a lot of men do. A lot of men just sit there and let the women slide. If you're entitled for child support from a woman, you should get that support. I don't give a damn. I'm not going to show no mercy on her ass.
Okay.
You need to pay me to help take care of your daughter. And that's what I had to do.
So
Now,
Hank,
yes.
if you feel like, hey, if the woman owe you child support, she should pay it, right?
Yeah, she should pay it,
Okay.
just like I had to pay it.
Exactly. So if you owe the child support, then you should pay it as the man, right?
I had no choice.
Okay.
I had no choice.
That's all we're trying to say. This is not the best system, but it's what we got on the table here. And so that's all I was trying to say. I'm trying to help.
I understand what you're saying, man.
Yeah,
but I do understand what JP's saying, though. They need to change. The family court laws need to change.
I agree with that too. I agree with that too.
They have to change. Because if it's just one-sided,
it's just one side.
You know, how is it fair? If it's just one-sided.
Right.
I would say it was definitely one-sided, but it's one-sided because of how men are not taking control of the situation and not doing things.
No, that's not what that's why I say you have to go and listen to the lawyer. That's not true at all, Brother Clarence. And it seems like, Brother Clarence, that we see what you're saying, but you're saying it seems like that, and I just want to know, make it clear. It seems like you're saying that we should settle for what that's the way the system is. So deal with it and settle with it.
No. I'm saying this is what I'm saying. Let's be clear, because people out here and with they listening with their emotions and not listening to what's actually being said. What I'm saying is,
boy, you and that emotion, boy.
Yeah, man, because people.
No, that's a real thing.
And they saying you seem like you saying it. It don't seem like I'm telling you what I'm saying. But
okay,
because everybody's so emotional, they putting stuff on it. So what I'm saying directly, I'm saying directly is the system is effed up. It's an effed up system. It's a self-serving system. I'll even give it to JT and say it's a corrupt system. Even though for me, corruption means there's somebody going to be counting money in the room and that money's going to somebody's pocket. In this situation, that's not the case. This system is feeding itself. It's not a person sitting up there saying, bring me all the money. The system is saying, bring me all this money, and then let me create more bureaucracy so that I can do it. And so let me
my money.
Let me create ways where these men can go into arrears so that I can create ways we can make more money to self-serve ourselves, right? I'm not saying it's a perfect system, but it's all we got on the table. So how do we best navigate it? That's what I'm saying. So I think people are getting confused with me saying, okay, this is where we at. Until you bring something better, this is the best. Why not figure out the best way to navigate through it so that you can get the less amount of scars on
So let me ask you a question. If we know that it's a corrupt system, right?
Okay.
Why won't they just tear the system down?
Right.
Because they incentivize it.
If it feeds itself, it's not going to tear down.
What you mean it feeds itself? I don't understand.
It feeds itself. In other words,
it's monopolized.
It's a system that has the way it's set up is to feed itself. It's not going to starve itself. There's no animal out here that's going to starve.
So let me ask you this then. They have a system, like we were saying, it is a felony for child support, right?
Right.
You go to jail. Then you have a system that will put you on a tether in order to get you out. A tether costs you about anywhere from $1,200 to $1,700 to be on. Why would you put a person for child support on a tether? If it ain't a corrupt system, why would you do that?
Well, number one, that's less money that they have to pay for housing you in a jail. And so they pay, and then they making you pay most of it. See, if you go to jail.
So you saying that it's not, again, you saying it's paying it for itself. Now, you said it's not corrupt, but you said it's paying for itself.
I did not say it's not corrupt. I told you this is what I said. I'm willing to accept your definition of corrupt. I said, I said the reason why I have issues with it is because when I think of corruption, I think about an actual person that's actually benefiting off of it. One person or one or two people in particular that are benefiting at the top from this situation.
You wouldn't think that
You don't think a corporation? What about
you don't think an entity? You don't think an entity can make it corrupt?
Do you think a corporation?
That's why I'm going to allow that definition, because it is an entity. It's self-serving. It feeds itself. It creates situations where men can go into arrears easily, just like that. It creates a situation so it can feed itself, and so that's why I'm saying that kind of entity is never going to starve itself and say, "Hey, let's just start from over." And because they don't know what you might not feed it nothing. So that system has no incentive, like you guys kept saying, has no incentive to say, okay, I'm gonna starve myself to death so that we can recreate this situation.
Hey, brother Clarence, real quick, you know what, brother Bob Barker, do you know what really made him rich? It wasn't the TV shows, it was the privatization and the 7 private prisons he bought. Private prisons, not fuck jails, prisons.
Same thing with the Bush family.
Prison.
Same thing with the Bush family.
But we know that the military industrial complex controlled the child support, which they got the contract from Clinton when he was in office. So they control, and they was the woman speaks about it on the lawyer speaks about this. They control as far as child support. Matter of fact, I have a ex-girlfriend that's a supervisor of the child support. In the words that she tells me, especially when it comes to the preachers and the pastors, how they get over, but that's another story in itself. But she gets paid by Northern and Grumman, who's in charge of the child support system. So that's right there.
Okay, you got to be clear, Von Eric. They're in charge of the computer systems that run the child support system. Is that what you're saying?
They are in charge.
How are
when
they in
Clinton
charge?
was in
Like
office, they got the
Because
contract. They got the contract when Clinton was in office, and
to do the administrators. So they're in charge.
You're talking about the crime bill, right?
No, when Clinton was in office, we did not go to war. One of the things that he did, he gave contracts out to the military industrial complex. They are in charge. They can take care of child support for the government. That's where the corruption and stuff comes in.
Okay. But what I'm saying is, you're there. Okay, I'm trying to be as clear as possible. You're saying that Northrop Grumman is like the IRS, like an agent of the federal government that is actually overseeing the
child support,
the income of the child support.
Yes.
That's what you're saying. And so you're saying that, okay, I'm just trying to get it clear. They are the ones that's in charge of the administration.
Correct.
Of that. Okay, see, that's what I was saying at first, but you were saying no. Okay, so now I got you, Von Eric. Okay, cool. All right, so that may be all well and good. And that may be something that's a big fish to fry. And so we may need a bigger outcry of men to fry that fish. Right now, what can we do? How can men do that when they can't beat the lobbyists? You can't beat the lobbyists. Von Eric, let me. I'm gonna let you talk. Let Jay go first, and then I'm gonna
go ahead. I'm sorry. That's right, Jay. Go ahead. I'm
sorry. No, Von, you good? Don't worry. Let me just say this, bro. God damn, shit, holy fuck. So I'm gonna say off the rip. I understand we're having this conversation, and I respect JT, brother Clarence, is all y'all mindsets of what what we can talk about, what we should do, try to come to a bit of an impasse or like to a bit of a consensus on something. But let me just talk about it. Let me just say this, and it won't be long. First of all, a lot of people do everything based off emotion sometimes. At least this current day and age, which is not the best course of action. Everything is based off feelings. So let's just be real and be honest about that shit. If you feel angry, you're gonna go with you only with the emotion before you leave before the logic. That's where I agree with Brother Clarence. A lot of people need to get out their goddamn feelings and use logic to do stuff. Hence why I agree with JT that we should know that this system is corrupt, but we know that's just basic understanding. It is corrupt. It was made to be corrupt. And maybe when it first, maybe it was created intentions of not being corrupt, but it was made to be corrupt, regardless of anything. I don't give a damn how anybody spins it, talks, whatever. That has been there. Point blank simple. Sorry about that. Second thing, I do agree with us as men going out there marching, making, protesting, going out there. Like I said, I'll say march, and group together to combat these hard, in a radical way, to actually get this shit moving forward, to change this shit. Because what I noticed, a lot of people like to do, they say shit, and they just sit back in a comfortable home and not do shit. You're just talking to talk. Are you actually out there? Are you actually out there at those rallies, at those presidential things, all those things? I'm not saying you gotta be at everywhere freaking time, but if you want to change stuff, that requires action. One of my favorite quotes is, "Justice without power is an empty promise." You can talk all your shit, but are you actually going out there to do shit? Are you a part of the community? Blk Men does his stuff. I know he does. Send me photos, send me all that shit. I've talked to him behind freaking closed doors about what the hell, he does in this community, but also he's talked about it on his streams, if anything else. So he's doing stuff. I've been to a couple of rallies every now and then. I've definitely been there, but it needs to be to the point where we get something going. Not simply just going there and not do nothing, but going there and actually making a real claim to change this shit. And let me get on the men part of men whining and complaining. And this is what Brother Clarence had said, because, just whining. I'm like, okay, listen. Every man is not a fucking machine. They have emotions. They have a right to feel how they want to feel. That is fine. Just like how ladies are allowed to feel shit, men are allowed to feel shit. I don't give it. And in this rhetoric that men have no emotions is bullshit. I'm tired. I am really tired. I am getting really irritated when I hear fucking ignoramus people say like blatant dumb shit that men don't have emotion. No, the fuck you do. You are a human. You are created by God or not, or by the universe. I don't give a damn. You have emotions. You are allowed to feel. You are allowed to emote. You're allowed to do this. So the fact that men out there are mad about this or are actually hurt to the point where they want to take their lives, that's serious. That's some serious shit. We cannot brush that aside. I'm tired of hearing that. I don't give a fuck if it's a red pill rage motherfucker. I don't give a fuck if it's a gray pill nigga. I don't give a fuck who it is. You is not going to sit here and say that they don't have a right to whine. They can complain, yes, but if they're not doing anything behind their complaining, then it's just fruitless. But at the same time, I am not going to sit here as unsympathetic fucking human and not say that these dudes don't have emotions and they don't have right to emote. That's stupid. That's how so many of them take their lives. That's not funny. And it's a serious thing. And I'm going to have a stream about that soon where I'm going to shut all these motherfuckers down who keep saying that. So that's done with that. I'm done with that. Now, when it comes to specifically, Brother Clarence, if you're here, I need to ask you specifically about this.
Yeah, I'm here. Go ahead, man.
Okay, cool. Because I'm gonna ask JT something after this, but I need to ask you something specifically. And you've said you've ringed it over the head enough times that I get what you're saying. You said that, and like I said, correct me if I'm wrong, if I misquote you. You said the system is not perfect, but it's the only system we got. You said that, correct?
Correct.
And then, but now let me follow up what you said. You said also that men should go out there and should be campaigning, should be literally out there, fighting to change, to get the system changed. Would you agree with? That's what you said?
Correct.
Okay. Here's one thing I'm going to say to that. We should do it, but get the men who really want to bring about the change, and not just saying some shit to say some shit. Because like I said, I can spot a fake in a fucking group quite easily. If he's just talking and not doing nothing, ring his ass out of your group. And I'll say this to JT, Hank, Marcus, all y'all. If y'all ever go to a freaking rally and y'all supporting this, and if I'm with y'all and I spot out the fake, you kick that motherfucker out. If he's just there just to be part of something great, which he's not really about it, he doesn't believe in our cause, you kick that motherfucker out. Because there's a problem whenever you make, I've always said this, there's always going to be outliers in the group. Make sure you spot that ahead of time and make sure they're really about the cause that you guys believe in. Because like I said, it's easy to say to go and do it. which isn't hard. I will say it's not hard because you can gather men together who really believe in it. But it's just a matter of like also, like I said, you need someone to spearhead it. You need someone to really rally the troops, and you need someone who's really going to be about what they say. Because, like I said, I've always said protesting without a leader is pointless. So I'm seeing what Brother Clarence is saying, like, yes, do that. But also, Brother Clarence, on the other end, I have to say this too. I know it's the only system you got, but at the same time, if you tried to work it to your benefit in a way that's never produced any results for you specifically, then you're not going to keep at that point, you're just going to become a slave to it. Or you wake up and wise up enough to where you leave it. Like, fuck this. This is not it working for me. Of course, I will take care of my kids. Of course, that's going to be taken care of. But what I ain't going to do is rely on this goddamn system because it's fucking me over from trying to help my kids too. If I can't fully, no. If it's taking more of her side, so I'm getting more stuff to her when it should really all just go to the kids, which is what I'm about, is what I will do. Then you, first of all, no one should rag on the man because he's doing what he's doing at that point. He's supposed to be doing what he's supposed to be doing. But at the same time, like I said, if it's hindering him in some way, he's going to realize that the hell am I doing? Why? Like, these guys have been fucking me over for about a year, and I'm still doing what I'm supposed to be doing, and yet my supposed woman that I picked is somehow biting me in the ass right now. Even though I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Like I said, we pretty much what you guys been talking about. Y'all been hitting every goddamn point, and it's just like there's nothing for me to say more to that specifically than not just it's corrupt, but also we're gonna make change. Like, we're gonna start rallying and start doing shit. That should be the next step more often than not. Now, JT, I do want to ask you something, brother. If you were to, because I know you said the system is corrupt, and I agree. I think everybody majority agrees that the system is corrupt. You said, would you start a rally personally? Did you say that? I need to hear if you said that.
Your mic is silent.
Yeah, you're muted, brother. I can't hear you.
Muted,
I got you, brother.
Okay, there we go. I thought I was muted. I'm gonna go ahead.
Nah, would I start a rally? I wouldn't start a rally. I wouldn't start a rally. No, I definitely will. I definitely would start a movement, but not a rally.
All right,
two different things.
Okay. So let me question. Do you think if you started this particular movement, would you spearhead it, or would you just say? I'm not saying you would say it. Are you one of the cats that would start the movement but won't be a part of the movement?
No, I'm gonna always be a part of something that I start. I ain't that type of a dude.
Okay. Yeah, you don't start me as a person that would do that. But
no, I'm not a guy that's got. Yeah, I'm not a guy that's just
right,
gonna sit back and say what we should be doing. No, I'm talking about what we gonna be doing. This is my whole thing when it comes down to this, and I've been in this system for a pretty long time. I'm not in it anymore.
Okay.
So it's a lot easier for me now. I had to go through the whole thing.
All right.
And I had to do a lot of damn fighting for my damn self, for my life. So if it sounds like that I'm bitter, okay.
All my
I'll tell
life
you what I am.
fight.
I'm very passionate about it because it wasn't just me. It wasn't just me that I had to deal with.
Yes, sir.
I had to deal with seeing hundreds and thousands of brothers going through what I went through. Some of them was worse. Some it wasn't as worse. But I've seen it. And in a 20-year span, let me tell you, this system, what we're talking about is corrupt. Something has to happen in order for us to change it. And what we talking about, that's why I said not a rally. No, it has to be a movement.
Okay.
Has to be a movement. So, and the movement has to be radical. And it's going to be people that's going to get hurt. You can't sit back and have some type of movement like what we talking about and go unscathed. That ain't what we talking about here.
Right. Exactly. You're good. You have to put your life on the line
Because you're adding pressure on you're right. You're adding pressure on communities. You're adding pressure on America. You're adding pressure on systems. You even adding pressure on the biggest government, the biggest part of government, which is who? The people. That's the largest part of government. We don't understand that we are the largest part of government.
Yep.
This is why the government do us the way that they do us.
Right.
But
the greatest. Hold on, Vaughn. Perfect example, right? When the pandemic hit, it had people so sheltered, cornered inside, not being able to actually live and survive in a well place. So many mom and pop shops closed the fuck down. So many people lost their jobs, lost their homes. Some people are living in the street. They couldn't afford their hospital bills, their medical bills. Some have to move in with some people. Some people have to be roommates again. And then you had kids move back with their parents. These were young adults, middle-aged adults, maybe trying to help out as families should, right? But they had to start from scratch, ground zero. Some didn't even make it back. Shit, some people aren't even around anymore that lost themselves during the pandemic.
Yep.
But
whether they were kids, whether they were elderly, it didn't give a shit. It didn't care.
I just think that whenever you do, we know, like we said, the system is corrupt. And if we all, like we said, we all black men, and I can say this, and I'm gonna keep on saying it. If these corporations, these nonprofit like the NAACP are not in it, they have the best lawyers in the country. You can make an argument, the best lawyers in the world. If they not there in court beside these black men, we will fail. You got the NAACP, you got the Rainbow Push Coalition, you have the National Black Network Coalition.
The Rainbow Coalition.
You have that's Jesse Jackson, the Rainbow Push Coalition. You have these best nonprofit has the best lawyers. You have the Black Law Network. That's those lawyers. They not only do they have top lawyers, they have top paralegals, they have top students in Ivy League schools on their staff. If they're not there in court, standing next to that black man, fighting alongside of these black men that's being corrupted by the system, we won't move forward.
Spinning our wheels.
Right. And like I said, I think me has been coming together to actually just to like find solutions, of course. But I'm like, I don't know if there'll ever be a permanent one. I think we all agree upon that is going to be, trust me, that's going to be like a bit scattered. But I think it's not above impossible. It's only like I said, it's only impossible if you let the idiots in. The ones who are about correcting that shit, it'll work. I am a believer of that. Because like I said, I've never been the one to really like denounce a man's issues, even though he may, like I said, he can struggle as much as he can, do what he does, and he still gets shitted on. I've never been a fan of that, and it does happen to a lot of good men, like JT just said. Yeah, I do agree, brother. It does happen. I know many cats, at least 2 to 3 of them that had that problem, but at least they're still in their kid's life. At least I was glad to have them tell me their situation, because like I said, I helped one of them out at one point in time.
I got a question.
And he's in a better place now. So yeah,
I'm glad to hear that, Jay. Right, I got a question for JT actually. Okay, brother, me and you have disagreed on a lot less things. I think we most of what we disagree on is the semantics of the situation. However, you do have some, like you said, radical solutions to the situation. And so I'm hey, do what you got to do. I have some solutions to the situation. They're not as radical because it's not going to put as that great of a pressure on the children, because that's in my opinion, that's what I'm looking at. Now, my question to you is, okay, I understand. I think we all have agreed that child support system as it's set up today is not the best situation, right? At least for for fathers that want to see their children. It's not the best situation for fathers.
I would say it's corrupted. I would say
Okay.
that it's corrupted and it needs to be
allow
done.
that corrupted situation, right? Okay.
It needs to be done away with.
Okay. Now, in having that being said, and I think it needs to be definitely changed. Having that being said, what should you pay your child? First of all, if you are a father and you owe child support, should you pay it?
Not through the courts.
Okay. So
yes, let's make a barter system.
Okay, so therefore, if a woman goes to court and says, "Hey, you owe me child support, you got to pay me $250 a month or whatever," right? You should not pay it.
I don't believe any man should pay through the courts right now. It's a corrupted system. No.
Okay. Now, do you believe he should go to jail based on he should be willing to go to jail?
Hell no.
No.
Okay, but
no.
if that's a real that is a real consequence of not paying your child support, how can you say I don't think he should be willing to go to jail, but then you're advising him to break the law?
I'm not advising him to break a law that is moral. Just because it's legal doesn't make it moral.
Yeah.
So if moral, I'm saying I'm not saying
but you're saying it's a law, and you saying that I'm advising him to break a law. If it's not a moral law, yes, I don't care. It's not a moral law. Just like it was legal to kill black folks, it wasn't moral, but it was a law. So when you incarcerate somebody by non-payment of child support, I think it's immoral to do it.
You served in the U.S. military, is that right?
I did.
The U.S. government can tell young men, like these young men sitting here right here, they can say, F your college, F what you got to go do. You're going to go up to Afghanistan. You're going. You have no choice in the matter. Is that moral? And if so, do you support that immorality?
So you're talking about as far as drafting?
Of course. Drafting is not, you're not going by
Are you talking about the
choice.
selective service?
Yes, you're not going by choice. You are going by demand.
You hear that, Hank? You better go too, Hank.
The threat of jail, because there's a famous boxer that I'm thinking of.
Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali.
You know what? That might be the man's name. That might be the man's name. That had to go do some jail time. Got his life, got everything stripped from him.
5 years
Because he would not go to fight the Vietnam in the Vietnam.
5 years. Right? He did 5 years.
He did 5 years.
That's the law.
I'm asking you as a vet, how can you support that and not support this, or vice versa?
Because those are two different things. First and foremost, I didn't. First and foremost, I did not support that, because that was way before my time when that happened and he was drafted. There's not a draft right now. So that was immoral. Listen, it is immoral to draft somebody, and he was well in his rights.
Right.
He was well in his rights to deny it. And what he did was said, throw me in jail again.
Throw me in jail.
Exactly my point.
That's called self-incriminating.
Throw me in jail then.
Yeah. Right.
Throw away the key.
All right. So my point being,
I'm not going there because those Viet Cons didn't do nothing to me. I know exactly.
Is if we don't see, there's a lot of laws that morality is not the issue. Expediency.
Man, trying to get a hold of your ass.
But you spread it as it was. But what I'm saying is, brother, let's go back to what you were saying.
Right.
It's law for a man not to pay child support. It's immoral to put him in jail, regardless of all the other stuff that you can say. And I've already said that it was immoral doing a whole bunch of things. My point was just because it's law doesn't mean it's moral.
I'm sure JT.
I agree with you on that.
I know, and not just that. Remember, the reason why they connect to the prison system and the justice system is because that overall is one of the simple systems. It's one of the simple rules, and what's one of the simple laws that if they do the math together,
the way they take over a foreign government,
that puts men in prison easily. Like they literally get together to say, hey.
Have y'all military experience? Because this the lawyer spoke. Have y'all experienced? It was some people that was drafted. They was not drafted, but they went back and did another what y'all call them when y'all go back and do another tour.
Re-enlist?
Right.
You mean like re-enlist?
Yeah, they did another tour. Then when they came back, they went to jail because they wasn't paying child support.
That happens.
Yes.
It's happened.
Have y'all experienced that?
Yes.
So I've seen guys that went through it.
I've seen it happen. I've seen
military police take some guys that I knew.
Yeah, like
no,
Marcus,
I've seen military police go to jail for child support.
Yeah, I've seen guys who are paying child support. Yeah, I'm with Marcus. I've seen guys who are paying child support get deployed. You're there a year and a half.
Right.
And they get back, they get arrested for not paying child support.
Even
though it's automatically being deducted out of their paycheck.
Right.
So how do you get in the arrears if you're automatically taking the money?
Exactly. That's
so my thing is with this conversation, like I don't have any kids, so I don't say much about it. You know what I mean? When this kind of conversation happens, only thing I can do is just tell you what I've observed. I can't tell you what I've experienced because I ain't been through it, but I've seen that.
In your opinion, Mandrell, what do you think should be in place instead of a child support system? Should we just let these children go to Skid Row and just live out there on the ground and whatever? You know what I mean? Or what should be in place if we take this out? What's a good system to replace it with? Because you're not gonna stop dudes from having sex with women, right?
That's true.
And you're not gonna stop dudes from saying, well, you know what, I don't want to be with you. I just wanted to have a one-night stand with you. So therefore, now we have a baby. Oh well, you know what? I don't want nothing to do with none of that, but I don't want to pay a whole bunch of child support because I don't want nothing to do with it.
Right, that's gonna happen.
That situation is always gonna be with us. So how do we handle that situation? Divorces. How do we handle that situation?
Who's ever more fit to raise the child and is
wear a condom.
That's who the child should be given to custody.
But Mandrell, if I break up with my wife and I leave the children with the wife, and I move out, but the courts are going to look at me and say, well, brother C,
Yo, Jay, you're breathing into that mic too heavy, bro.
Sorry, bro.
You left those children with her. You obviously think that she's a fit person because you left them children with her. Therefore, let's just leave it like it is.
Well, the thing is, the issue with that is
wait.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
As opposed to staying on the property if you can, and then see that's what forces them to have to search out the best parent. If you stay there as long as you can, that forces the court to have to now they got to do all of these different things to try to actually find out who actually is the more fit parent. But if you leave the children with this woman or you leave the children with the man, the court is going to say, oh, you think they're a good person because you left it. You think they're safe there because you left them there. I'm just telling you how they think.
I get it.
Stay out of grown people business. That's my whole point.
Here's the fallacy.
Stay out of their business. You get it how you get it.
I get
you messed up. You screwed. Just like you was just saying.
JT, hold on.
You screwed that person. You picked that person. So you get it out the mud.
Right. Here's the problem with that. The reason why guys just up and leave women with kids, right? Did you know that if a woman takes your child across state lines without your consent, you call and say the woman kidnapped your kid, nothing we can do. The child's with the mother. Nothing we can do. They're with the custodial parent.
We already know that.
However,
you have to have a court order before any of that. You have to have a court order for any of that.
I know. Legally, that's the Mann Act, and it's illegal. But nothing's done about it. That law is not enforced.
Right.
Do the same thing. Do the same thing.
Not if it's the parent. The parent is not kidnapping the child.
Do the same thing. Hold on. If a man does the same thing, the woman calls and reports him. He goes to jail. It is then enforced.
You're not going to go to jail unless you're not.
I'm telling you, they've done it. No, I'm telling you what I've seen happen.
Right.
These things
do happen. Do it if you got a court order. Yes, now you're kidnapping the child because you're supposed to bring the child back.
But you're not listening to what he just said.
A court order, even if you're the parent, if you have a court order, I'm going through this with my son now. If you have a court order, you're supposed to bring the child back at this time.
Did you hear what he just said? Did you hear what he just said?
He's not listening.
I'm saying the woman doesn't the women don't get court orders to take their kid across state lines to Six Flags or to the beach for the weekend. A man does the same thing. The woman calls and reports it. he goes to jail.
You know what?
But if a woman does that,
okay, I can't do like you guys. I can't do like Black Men and let you guys come up here and just tell all kind of crazy, wacky stories.
it's not a crazy,
like
wacky
it's
story.
true.
Like I said, all I can tell you is what I've
Do y'all
observed.
see why I said what I said?
That's not cool.
Do y'all see why I said what I said?
See why you said what you said about what? What?
You sit here talking about us telling us. You sit there and tell us that we telling you wacky and crazy stories.
Because
it's
you're not
crazy,
telling
bro.
the whole story. You're not telling the whole story. If you tell the whole story, dude, that don't make no sense to me. And I'm sorry if I ain't like the people.
Well, Brother Clarence Von Brian had a question about it.
You got it, man.
Wait, Brother Clarence, hold on.
I'm standing on what I'm fucking saying.
I get it. And nobody's
tell me something. I'm gonna expect you to be able to. I'm gonna expect you to be able to back it up with some type of logical evidence.
Gotcha.
Like
now, Brother Clarence, I had a conversation with Rico, I think yesterday.
Okay.
I said, Rico, and I was telling him what happens. Other people were telling him, I was explaining to him, he's like, but that don't make no sense, man, Drill. That makes no sense. I don't see a woman doing it.
Just because it doesn't make no sense doesn't mean it's not true.
Here's the thing. The problem that you and Rico keep doing, you're trying to bring logic into this situation. And a lot of times, you can't bring logic into it because it's not going to make any sense. It's just not going to make sense.
Because women are illogical.
No,
right.
but I think,
wait. And the court system, the system that JT keeps talking about, that system exists for one sole purpose: to perpetuate itself.
Correct.
That's it. So when it comes to the system, money talks and bullshit walks, and they don't care what happens to the father. The reason why it works against men is because it's more advantageous for it to work against men.
Of course,
it's easier to do that.
Right.
So when it comes to fairness and morality, that doesn't exist in the system.
But man, morality. What Brother Clarence is saying, because Brother Clarence is experiencing something separate of what you're saying. What you're saying is true, because especially in a lot of states, that what you just saying is absolutely true. I've seen it myself. But what Brother Clarence is saying, especially he's in the court system now, and what he just said is going through his son. It is different than what you're saying, because he is experiencing something different in the law.
His experience is different. But and all we try, I think all I'm trying to say, all the GT is trying to say is, listen, we get it. That's your experience.
I'll go after that. And
I hope it comes out on. I hope you come out on top on it. I really do. No cap. I hope you come out on top of this situation. But we're telling you that the family court system, is brutal against brothers, man.
We already know that.
Brutal. And the stories we're telling you, we're not making it up, man.
Every one of you guys keep coming up here saying that like it's a surprise or something. We already know that. All I'm doing is trying to tell brothers how to work the best way they can until somebody like JT go out there and start a movement and change it.
So what happens when
that hasn't happened yet?
So wait. So what?
We got to work with what we got.
So, Brother Clarence, what is a person to do? Because it's a question I really would like to know from everyone on the panel, including you, Hank. Wake the fuck up. So,
yeah, Hank, stop thinking about that fucking restaurant you left that chick at.
So,
damn,
what do you do?
Goddamn hope saver.
Because this has happened. I've seen this. I have a cousin that this actually happened to.
Okay.
What do you do when the judge disagrees with the law, makes you do something that's illegal to make you do, that's against the law because of the judge disagrees with the law? Then you appeal it by taking it to another judge and let them look at it. Now that judge has to vote against another judge. That's where the problem came in. So what do we do when the laws that are strictly in place to be enforced, and the judge says no, but the law, then their attorney's like, yeah, but Your Honor, the law says, yeah, I disagree with that.
Are you asking me a question?
What's a brother supposed to, what are we supposed to do when that kind of situation happens?
Okay. Now, the only option you got in that situation is, of course, to fight it. There's no other option, right? Or you're going to be paying way too much, or you'll be, they're going to start racking up arrears on you or whatever. So you have no choice but to fight it. But how do we get to this place? See, the problem is, instead of saying to having like going to these young brothers and telling them, hey, this is how you can avoid this. We said, hey, we're going to change the system. And we just talking about it instead of saying, hey, there's things we can do to avoid that situation. What can you do? If the judge says, hey, I'm going to make you do something, and I don't know, right? You're not being very clear, Mandrill, so I don't know what that, what is it's pretty murky what you're talking about, but let's say whatever it is, they have to do something that's illegal, or I don't know, whatever. The point is, how did you get in that position? You did not check this woman out good enough to be able to say to yourself, it's a safe bet that she's going to be reasonable if something goes down awry, right? That's the question we should be asking ourselves. If we get with a woman and we decide I'm going to lay down with her, if something happens where we won't be together, is she going to be reasonable enough to say, hey, I don't want to take you to child support court. I just want to make sure I get, because I know they're going to take off this much. What do you think is a fair amount? What do you think is a fair amount? You want me living with your child over there in Nickerson Gardens? You want me living with your child over there in Avalon Gardens over here? No? Okay, then obviously I'm going to need some financial assistance, right? Okay, so you negotiate that with her. That's the best thing. In my opinion, that's the best way to go about it. But a lot of women don't do that, right? Well, let me take that back. Very few women even file for child support, and then very few even get the money from the man. Very few. So, but we're talking about the ones that do, right? This situation, but the system is toe up, right? Because everybody makes money except for the man that's paying into it. He's the slave on the plantation that's paying into this situation, right? So I'm saying, hey, this is how you don't even get your ass on the plantation. Do this, do this, do this, do this, and you got better odds of not even being drugged onto the plantation, right? I don't know why everybody's saying, looking at me like I'm Bambi in the woods or something. I don't know that the system is all messed up or something like that. I know already. We all can see that it's messed up. How do brothers win more? How do they win more?
Just like I said before, and especially this woman, if somebody need her information, I'll go get it. And she works by payments. That's how much she's against the system. She even works by, you can make payments. You don't even have to have all the money. But our tax dollars go to NAACP. I know y'all know that. Yeah. They supposed to come. The National Black Network, the Black Law Association, your tax dollars go to them. Just like our tax dollars pay for child support. They should be, and I'm gonna say this until my tongue fall out. Those are black men. They are black people too. And they should be in this fight also. It shouldn't be this woman. It should be it, huh?
The squeaky wheel gets the oil. If men are just if men are just huddling up on YouTube crying about it and not going up to their office, visiting them, talking to them, getting in front of them.
Exactly. That's
what's going to happen. What's going to change?
That's the thing. People need to go and talk to them. People need to go and tell them what they need to do. The Rainbow Push Coalition, all these nonprofits get our tax dollars. Al Sharpton's network, all these networks get out Black coalition, the CBC that sits on Capitol Hill. They the biggest on both sides, on the Democrat side and the Republican side. They the biggest.
They will never. Those people will never go against women.
No. It's not going against. It's not going against women, Brother Clarence. It's going against the system.
But I'm saying those people, in the eyes of the people, it's going in the eyes of their contributors and their
that is absolutely not true. Is the women is their biggest contributor? That is not.
I didn't say that they're the biggest portion of their membership.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. Women are not the biggest.
Most people out there marching.
Especially for black causes. You're moving the goalposts now when you're saying marching. That's something different. I'm saying as far as these nonprofit, these black men that sits on there that are lawyers. I just told you they're the best lawyers that people can argue in the world. They're the best lawyers in the country. Those men needs to be in court fighting next to.
But they have political agendas as well.
And that's a problem. And that's a problem.
So that's what I'm trying to explain to you. That's why they don't make those moves on their own, because they have political agendas. And part of that political agenda
is we have nothing coming.
Well, part of the political agenda is we're always for the black woman. Nobody's for the black woman. So we're for the black woman. So they're going to always be, unless a strong movement.
They're always going to go for the consuming market. So the
black
consuming
men
market is 80%.
Well, okay, brother Clarence, what you're saying is speaking to the choir. This is the problem. Because you're saying, I just told you about the lawyer, the woman lawyer. She takes payments. It could be more black lawyers like her that's fighting because she's fighting for the system. I'm saying the lawyers that I'm talking about that's in these nonprofits, the NAACP has a law firm and gets money every year, every quarter from the government, our tax dollars.
Right.
And those lawyers need to be in court next to us. You don't see them say anything.
How you gonna get them there, Von Eric? How you gonna get them there?
You call them when you rally and they come there. You say, "Hold up! Don't come here talking all. What have you done?" Put them on the spot.
NAACP is never gonna come to a rally of black men.
And then you call them out. You call them out. You call the NAACP out. You call the Rainbow Coalition out. You call them out.
That sounds like a great idea. That sounds like a great idea, Von Eric. You should.
So what did I say? But this is my whole point. So what did I say, Brother Clarence, that was wrong, that you disagree when I say, and you just stated out, they ain't trying to get rid of that shit with the women, right? So when I say do something radical as far as saying, man, we gonna band together and say fuck this shit. It just because we're not paying child support don't mean that we're not. Hold on, just because we're not paying child support don't mean that we're not still taking care of our kids. That is a misnomer. That right there is where I had a problem with you and your friend Rico, and maybe more of your friend. And let me not put this on you, but your friend Rico, Mr. They butt hurt, that guy that refused to come up here. When he sat back and say dudes be out there crying and they just butt hurt. When you just sat back and stated that, man, they ain't trying to hear that. What was hard about what I said then? When I said you got to get radical. You got to sit back and do something, and you got to put pressure on
that. The system needs to change. I'm just saying, telling men to go walk.
I'm saying the tactic.
That to me is a little. That's a little forward for me. I think that we got other ways.
Let me tell you what happens.
At least try, and if that stuff don't work,
let me tell you what happens.
Then maybe we might. Let me tell
you what happens. It puts pressure on everybody, employers, the state.
What are you talking about? Employers, do you know how many Afghans they just brought over here? I ain't gonna put no.
I don't care nothing about having no Afghans.
Yeah, I mean people
that don't mean nothing. Afghans. I'm not talking about 200. Let me tell you something, brother. I'm not talking about 200, 300 people.
Want to work.
This ain't what I'm talking about. You got now. This is the thing that a lot of people don't understanding either. There are men that's out here trying to do this fight. It's a gang of them. They out here trying to do the best they can.
Agreed.
And I can't kind of agree with Clarence. Hey, man, these motherfuckers, these big old entities, they ain't looking at men that way.
Right.
They not saying, man, y'all, you in the way of my money. You in the way of everything I got going on.
Yeah.
So when you got these entities that's doing that, my whole thing is that in order for anybody to even understand how serious men are, we got to do something radical. That is not something. It's going to put pressure.
Agreed.
It's going to put pressure.
Agreed.
I don't care what anybody say.
Well,
we agree right there, JT. We agree right there.
Hey, I've been sitting back being quiet, man.
Come on with it, Hank.
I thought you were asleep.
All right, man.
That's your fault, Hank. Wake the fuck up.
Y'all kiss my black ass.
Damn. That's the evil motherfuckers.
Just like I said, fuck them mothers. Hey, fuck them. Look here, man.
That just woke me up.
Let me tell you what's going to happen. First of all, you Negroes are not going to band together. Not for shit. Not for nothing. We can't come together on a united front boycotting the goddamn Target, the NFL. We couldn't combine on that shit. You motherfuckers ain't going to come together for shit. So right now, let me tell you what we doing. We making issues, complaints, and legitimate complaints and issues. But we ain't going to do a motherfucking thing. First of all, people who is not affected are not going to join in on this march. That's one thing. So
That's
people like Manswell, Jay, Marcus, they're not going to involve themselves in that shit because they don't have no fight in it.
Right.
They have no fight in it at all. So why would they go out there, risk their life, risk their freedom, risk their time and energy and money to do some shit. They're not on consistent basis. Now they may show up at one rally, but I can't get them to go to. Let's have a 50-state rally. Every state we're gonna have a rally. We need y'all for all 50 states. They're not gonna do that. So now we cutting our numbers in half. And we expect, you know what I'm saying? Now we're gonna need some of these white boys to come help us.
Yeah.
Right, men from every
Get
race.
you some white women. Get you some white women.
Definitely gonna need.
They're not gonna combine with you Negroes because they don't have no. They don't give a shit about us. Oh, they rather suffer than see us black men benefit.
Yes.
Because that's who's gonna benefit the most is blacks. Because these black women have got all these goddamn babies. Man, they gonna benefit the most. They gonna fuck them. Fuck them Negroes. We not helping you for your cause.
Man,
Hell no, they're not gonna do it. So now, like I said, we're gonna need some of these women to make that sacrifice. And you expect these heifers to come in and come on our side? They don't give a shit. They don't care about us now. I tell them black men all the time, these black women don't give a shit about you.
And you only got one option. And you only got one option.
They don't give a goddamn about your black ass.
You're
if
right.
you're not there and they can't benefit from you, they don't give a shit about. Most of these women don't give a shit about you.
Well, I would say you got to watch who you pick. Got to watch who you spend time with, man, because a lot of these women are like that.
I agree with
but
that.
a lot of women are not like that. A lot of women are not like that.
It's 50-50, more 60-40
Well,
now.
they're not like they're not just they're not like trying to just get over on you, brother. There's a lot of women that are just good women. I've met some really good women. So
you talking about white women?
Oh man, black women. I met some good black women.
Stop the cap, Clarence. Brother Clarence, now I agree with you a lot, Brother Clarence. But come on,
more women against us
we don't agree on everything, Brother Clarence.
Hey, I don't know where y'all hang out. I don't know where y'all hang with. I don't know the type of people.
You want to go to Golden? Hey, let's go to Golden Corral.
I have met
Cracker Barrel. Let's go to Golden Corral or Cracker Barrel.
Fuck Cracker Barrel.
A lot of black women, Brother Clarence.
Let me say this. I've met some really good sisters, man. Now, I've met some not so good sisters too. So I'm not gonna hit. I
bet you
have. They are angels. But what I am gonna say is I have met some really good sisters. Really.
So we talking about, hey, most of the women in the child support system that belong to us ain't shit.
There you go.
Most of the black women who we're talking about who got men in child support ain't shit.
I can't argue or support that, brother, because
this message has been approved by Brother Clarence.
You don't have to.
I was thinking, this is what I was thinking. Okay.
I'm just saying about what I see, what I experience. Most of them ain't shit. That's why we in the system now, because they ain't shit and they looking for that check.
So
I could get child support and government assistance. God damn, I'm doubling down.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Hank. If all of these women that's in child support court ain't shit, who's laying down?
I didn't say all of them.
Well, most of them.
I said most of them.
Okay, most of them. If most of these women ain't shit,
75% of them heifers.
if we say most of these women ain't shit, why are we laying down with 75% of the women we laying down with ain't shit?
Because there's some ain't shit Negroes out here.
I agreed. Okay, I agree with that.
Better go get my money. Better come get my money.
I've always said that. Fuck them dudes. Them ain't shit.
Man, did y'all see the interview?
This message has been brought to you by the
Did y'all see the interview with Too Short when he said it's a lot of rappers that are taking care of babies that's not even theirs because the court system have it. When they don't come to court,
I don't know how much I believe that.
Those babies are theirs.
Well, that's called default dads, and
why ain't they coming to court?
Used to be a way.
You talking about like they took up a mom with kids?
You couldn't walk away.
They paying for kids. That's not even
now
why did they come to
court? Wait a minute. Let's not give out bad information. You're right, Von Eric. They used to have it where most of these states had what they call default dad laws.
You're right.
But now they still have the default dad laws, but they have ways you can walk it back now. Before, there was no way you could walk it back.
They should just get rid of it in general.
You've been paying for this child for 8 years. You might as well just keep paying for it. You effectively are the father, so you might as well just keep paying for it.
That's
right. But now they have things and how did that happen? Because cats like JT went out there.
But I don't see feminists marching for equality on that shit.
Well,
Right.
well, women, you ain't gonna see women out there.
And you still gotta pay the child support.
They're
You still
not
gotta pay
going
the
to
child
be doing
support, brother
that,
Clarence.
'cause they have no incentive to do that as a group. They don't have an incentive to do that.
Wait a minute, but that still requires equality.
Wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute. Maybe the ones with sons and brothers, maybe the ones with sons and brothers that's going through this stuff. But that is a very small percentage of the actual women that's out there. Most women that really are unaffected by child support because either they don't get it or
what? Why did they go to court?
Because chances are those guys didn't know that these women had named them as a father. See, these women, what they would do is they would name someone like.
I understand that, but once you get a summons to go to court, why didn't they go?
Well, if you're on tour, you don't know you got a summons.
Let me explain. Hank. There was a time where, let's say, cat like JT, man, he goes to the army, right? He goes off. And they sending him, hey, summons. We got to come to court to verify paternity. They sending him summons. If we're going to declare you the father if you don't show up. JT is in Afghanistan. So how is he going to be? He don't even know he's getting this letter. He don't even know he's getting these letters. So he comes back 2 years later, 3 years later, and first thing they do is take his tax money, and then they start garnishing his wages. He's like, what's going on? Oh, we've been sending you this money. You didn't go. So before they would say, well, you've been paying this long, you in arrears, and you were declared the father 2 or 3 years ago. You're just effectively the father. That's it. So
they're basically paying back pay.
Right. Now, what they have in most states is a way for you to walk that back. They didn't have no way for you to go to court and fight it because there was no avenue for you to fight it. So now,
but by law, if you are overseas, they can't touch nothing of yours.
They're not legally
overseas. They can't do anything. They have to wait till you come back to the
That wasn't the case.
They do it anyway.
He said,
what he's talking about.
Right, but we talking about the rappers and other people that did not go to court. And it's a law. And JT, you live in Detroit. You say you live in Detroit, right?
Yeah.
Now, did you see that woman? You could pull this up. You could say black woman who was able to get full custody of and take the rights from the father. She was married and she was messing around with a guy, and she ended up going back with the husband. And she took advantage of the law because she had got pregnant and had the baby. When she went back to the husband, she took full custody from the father. He has no rights. None at all, because she took advantage of the new law in Detroit. Matter of fact, the father, who is not actually the biological father, got more rights to the child than the biological father.
What?
Yeah.
Yes.
The biological father has more rights than the biological father.
No. The father who is
that
not
wasn't the biological
The non-biological.
No. Even if you establish paternity.
Wait, rewind that.
Even if you establish paternity, look it up. Just look up. You can pull it up. Even though she knew that he's the father.
That doesn't matter.
We live in a fucking clown world.
And she took advantage of the new law.
Holy shit. You still have to establish paternity. It's guaranteed that she's the mother, but it's not no guarantee the father.
She did. She established paternity of the guy, the biological father who she was messing with. So she took advantage. She took advantage of.
I'm not going by her word. Her word don't mean shit.
No, in the court, right? In the court, yes.
Wait.
Hank, he's explaining in the court.
Gentlemen. Wait. Hold on, Von Eric. I'm gonna throw it right back to you, man. Okay. All right, so I just gotta break in here real quick. We raising money for these backpacks, man. We trying to get these kids these backpacks and get them a computer in the name of the beautiful sister Sophia. So if you guys can cash app or pledge anything toward that goal, we've already raised so far $1,640, man. And we appreciate anything y'all can get. Y'all can cash app or pledge. I don't have it right now, Brother Clarence. You can pledge it.
My bad. I can't, Brother Clarence, because I'm on child support.
I understand, brother. I understand. We still love you anyway. Yeah. You're welcome to come anyway. Just putting it out there. I don't want to deprive any of y'all of the chance to give back to the black
You got me in my feelings. I'm gonna be like Tommy Sotomayor. Fuck them kids. I'm that close.
Brother Clarence, you ain't wasting money to save these prostitutes like somebody else out there.
Hey man, Hank, one thing at a time. Hank, one thing at a time. Hank, one thing at a time.
But I just want to answer Hank's question.
Yo, Hank, bro, you hardcore.
I just want to ask Hank's question. Yes, she established. They took the test. They took the test and everything with the biological father who she was messing around with. She took advantage of the new law in Detroit and took full custody. He has no custody.
Damn.
Okay.
None. The father who she's with, the husband has more rights than he do.
Okay, Von Eric, I get you. But how does that help us with this child support situation as far as how to maneuver? Because that's
custody and child support, two different things anyway.
They are different.
No, I was the reason why I was saying
you typically don't have to pay child support if you have custody, right? So, because I have custody of my well, not me, but my son has custody of my granddaughter, right? So he doesn't have to pay child support, even though they asked the girl, "Do you want to talk about child support?" And because she was so upset in the courtroom that he was with somebody else, she was like, "No." So the judge said, "Okay, we don't have to talk about this, right?" Boom, no child support. I was like, "Yes." I'm glad that chick, her personality came out in the situation so that the truth could come out. But anyway, that being said, y'all, I definitely want to find out what y'all think, because I don't think that me trying to tell people how to maneuver through this system is a bad thing. I think that that's a good thing. I think we all agree that it's a bad system. There's horror stories. There's a lot of horror stories, right? There's a lot of different stuff. So instead of us just keeping, what are some solutions to this situation? What are some solutions? You said yesterday, JT, that you brought up some solutions. Okay, what are some solutions to outside of 100,000 black men going to
leave the country?
Okay, that's a solution.
I gave
anybody have some solutions.
I think he was gonna say that shit.
I gave some solutions. It wasn't
you
like
leaving too, Jay.
Just didn't agree with him. You just didn't agree with him.
From now,
no, I didn't. And the reason
it
why
don't matter. You're still leaving.
Let me tell you why I didn't agree.
For different reasons.
In my opinion,
you still leaving.
It put too much pressure on the children.
I hate you.
I'm with a solution as long as the children are still going to be taken care of. But if you put 100,000 black men in prison to make a stand,
they're not going to prison, brother. They won't go to prison. They're not going to put all those people in prison.
They trust me. If you make
trust me, they ain't going to put them in prison. They letting out. Let me tell you something. They letting out murderers.
If they will create enough prisons for that. Trust me, they will.
No, they won't.
No,
they will.
Brother Clarence, hold on. JT, I actually want to speak on that. And the thing is, bro, listen. Y'all remember when Barack Obama tried to... Vaughn, I love you. No, Dennis, let me say this. When it comes to that more prison, because I heard that argument, that was another thing I want to touch on. Let me say that real quick. First of all, y'all remember when Barack Obama tried to move all the prisoners? We're going to close down Guantanamo Bay and get all these prisoners. The problem is he didn't have a place to put them all. Even now, you still can't put them somewhere else. So you can't close the prison down if you can't move the prisoners somewhere else. Like I said, no other when he tried to do that, no place would take them. So JT actually technically is right, Brother Clarence. They can't fit all those people and all over here, dude. If you try to do that, you're gonna have to call up Bob Barker and ask him to probably make some more, but that's not gonna be possible because there's a lot of legal work that's going to come with that. And also they can't fit all those people here. You'd have to try to go to freaking send them to Russia or freaking
to Ukraine, baby.
They ain't going to do that. They going to take
right.
Yeah, right.
No. Military men, I think they know what I'm talking about.
Okay. Let's say they don't. They don't.
I ain't going to no Ukraine.
They don't say any of that. You're right. They don't take any of those guys in.
They won't.
What do you think they're going to do first? They're going to take their passports. They're going to take their driver's license. They're going to kill them all, right? So now, where is this person going to work at? how are they going to be able to support the kids?
Hey, listen, Clarence, I get what you're saying, brother, but this is why I said radical. It's going to be some people.
I agree with
you
JT.
can't
I agree
fight.
with you on
Listen.
that.
But what you're asking is a question where it's going to have to be a trial and error, brother.
Right.
It's going to have to be a trial and error. It's not
People
like
are
you're
gonna
going to
have to
be
lose.
unscathed.
Yeah. I'm willing to do all that. I'm just not willing to leave
You're going to have to, and it's
as long
going to
as
take,
we cover the
it goes to,
children in the
but
trial and
I
error.
don't,
That's cool.
but this is my whole thing. I gave the solution. The thing is this. Is that shit going to actually happen? Hell no, because we can't even come together on just a simple little boycott for not spending our money on bullshit. So what I'm saying is this. When it comes down to it, we got to start, for one, making people more aware. So what we're doing right now, even if it don't seem right, we have to have the conversation first and foremost to even get people to move in the direction of us as, for one, black men, for two, men. Nobody cares about men. Nobody cares about black men.
Agreed.
Not even black men.
Agreed.
We have to have this conversation, and we have to have it with passion, not with moving with our emotions and all that shit. No, with passion.
JT,
with passion. We have to
JT,
start rallying each other up.
JT,
We have to do this.
JT, can I say something to you, brother?
Go ahead.
All right. I've been listening, you know, and I've been in the chat trying to let you men handle this and work things out. And from a black woman's perspective that's out here in these streets fighting every day for black rights, whether it's male or female, right? Who had a black son that's in that corrupt system. I 100% agree with you, brother. It's corrupt, right? We know that the whole government basically is corrupt. But I want to say radicalism is what we need to do. And it's called overthrowing your government, overthrowing the systems that oppress you in any shape, form, or fashion that it oppresses you. You're talking to a sister that worked the Obama administration, so I know how the science of politics go. And this is the thing that I want my black men to listen to. We need to learn how to work the system the same way everybody else do that benefits us. When I worked the Obama's administration, the reason why those Asians and all the other communities got their shit done is because they bought the politicians. We got to play the same game they play, brother. I'm out here every day, boots on the ground in this shit, right? I watch my son, the judge. Thank God he had a judge that obviously know the system is fucked up, because my son was $8,000 over in child support from my ex-daughter-in-law that runs away, move from state to state just to avoid my son even seeing his child. He paying child support right now for a daughter he ain't seen in 14 years. So I know what you're talking about. I know the plight of the brothers in the child support, and I know how it leans towards the women, and I know how it ain't unfair. But brothers, guess what? Y'all got more buying power. Y'all got more political power than you realize that you do, and you don't use it. You got to use it. The radicalism that you talking about, I agree with everything except the going to prison part, because you know who is going to hurt more? Black men. And I'm tired of being boots on the ground fighting for black men to not get killed no more, to not get locked up unjustly no more. I'm done fighting that system with that bullshit, right? Black men, use your power. Learn the science of politics and how it works. Start going and running for these goddamn offices so you can change the system and the laws that is oppressing. Radicalism, yes. I believe in radicalism. I've done out in these streets.
Yeah. Okay.
You cut out.
Yeah, you cut off for a little bit there,
Patrice,
but
hey. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, I said it once. I'll say it again.
I'm headed to a meeting now, but I just want to say, and bro, Class, you can drop me down. Man, this is smoke and mirrors talk. If you ain't gonna do the radical talk and create that movement to get the change and change the narrative, black men, it's gonna continue. You're gonna keep on being in a fucking system that's fucking you.
Yeah.
And I don't want that for you. I fight too fucking hard for our people.
Right.
Real talk. Learn how politics work. Learn the power, the goddamn money power we have. $1.7 trillion during the pandemic. Black folks spent money on shit we probably don't even need. God damn it, I wish we wake up. We gotta fight the systems that oppresses you. Pinpoint child support per state. Create that movement, Brother JT, and this black woman right here promise you I will be on the front line with you, brother. Create it. All us black women ain't created the same, brother. Trust and believe. When I saw how that system did my son, listen, I was done. I was done. Fight the fucking powers that be. Now I love my people. I'm a part of Adolph's movement for fucking reparations. I'm a part of the community movement here in Arizona where I live. I'm on the highway to a fucking meeting right now for shit I want to see changed. But that's the only fucking way we gonna do it. I love y'all. Now I'm gonna let y'all men go back and handle y'all business. Have the conversation, bro. Clarence, you can drop me back down into the background, and I'll talk to y'all when you close it. I'll talk to you when you close it out.
Okay.
Peace.
All right.
Much respect.
God bless you, sister. OG Patrice, that's the sister right there. Dead ass.
Yeah,
I said what I needed to say earlier. I'm gonna say it a goddamn again.
What's that?
You black men ain't gonna do a goddamn thing.
Well, we don't look at it like that.
Always a positive. Always a positive.
Yeah, right.
But I'm sure.
I agree with everything she said. I agree with everything she said.
Yeah.
And that's what you need. More black women like that. Because it ain't gonna just be us goddamn black men.
Right.
Ain't enough gonna be on our
Not at
side,
all.
man. Too many of us are not involved, are not dealing with that system anymore. Dudes from the past, once they got out of it, they not trying to go back. They not trying to re-go through that goddamn nightmare again. They not trying to do that. So we got to get all these young cats who are dealing with it now. We need to get more of these black women like her to help us out. Because like you said, only reason why she gets involved, because her son's going through it. So now, that's personal for her.
Right.
We need more black women like that. But it ain't going to be enough. God, never enough. We're going to need some white boys. We're going to need some Asian boys.
Agreed.
We're going to need some Indian boys. We're going to need everybody.
Agreed.
Including, you said including, like what I said before, we're going to need lawyers too. She said change the law. For you to change the law, you need lawyers.
I agree with that.
But see, here's the thing, the lawyers that you're talking about with the NAACP.
Make some changes. We got to go down there and make them changes. Every 2 years, we got an opportunity. I ain't talking about when the 2024, when the presidential election, and that's the only time we go down there and vote. Every 2 years, we need to be voting. Governors, mayors, aldermen.
Right.
You got to be down there. Judges, sheriffs. You got to be down there making them decisions. You got to be down there voting. Those who are suffering really need to be down there. Not just those who are not. Everybody.
No, the ones that's actually gonna make a difference is the ones that's suffering, because there's way more of them that's suffering than ain't.
I agree.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
I agree, JT.
Okay, y'all, we got it.
Yeah, we got closing remarks. I got you.
I got to shut it down. So we're gonna start taking closing remarks from everybody, man. I appreciate everybody that came up on the panel, including and up to JT. You know, because he didn't have to; he could have just stayed off the panel. So I appreciate him. But I'm gonna take JT last. Mandrell, we're gonna start with you, brother. Can you give us some closing remarks real quick?
Yeah, like I said, I don't. Like I said, I may not have children and everything, but I have relatives who've gone through this crazy process. I've got friends and associates who've gone through it. I've watched news reports, read news articles. Time and time again, there's just nothing but horror stories that come from it. You know what I mean? So I agree that we need something completely different from the child support system we have now. The original reason why it was brought upon in the first place no longer exists. You know, that reason doesn't exist anymore. So that's why it's kind of haywire.
Which reason was that, Mandrell? Which reason was that?
Well, guys would go over there and die, go to war and get drafted and die and stuff like that. So women would live back here with children. So child support was put in place for that, to subsidize the woman's life, not the woman's lifestyle, but subsidize women rearing children financially. You know what I'm saying? Then
So you think that men not paying their child support is not a reason why the system is in place, or men not taking care of their children?
that's part of the reason why
doesn't exist
that's
anymore?
part of the reason why they said it, but that's not. It exists today just to collect money. That's what it exists for today.
So
Monopolize.
We're not even talking about child support. You're saying that all men take care of their children?
I'm not saying all men. No, I'm not saying that at all. But here's the thing: once you get to the point where you're like, okay, you're not paying child support, they don't ask the guy why. They don't look at his circumstances. They're just like, you haven't paid child support from this date to this date, so we're gonna take your license. You're gonna spend 180 days.
And
in jail.
that's what makes it immoral.
You know what I'm saying? You're gonna take a license. You're gonna spend 180 days. Now this guy has no driver's license. He's going to jail for 180 days, which means he's going to lose his job, which means he can't pay the child support.
That's crazy.
I mean, that whole thing.
He probably goes through depression, anxiety,
right?
etc.
Exactly. That's say nothing of the psychological shit he's going to go through. You know what I'm saying? All that has to be
self-deletion, maybe
has to go. Yeah. That has to go. Period. There's no retooling with that. That part of it has to go. We got to work something. We have to sit down and think of something else.
That's crazy.
And bring something else about, man. Because we did a reaction we did a reaction on Black Men Unfiltered last night about this situation where this guy was paying more than his child support. He was ordered to pay in child support.
Right.
He was ordered to pay so much he was paying more, and they arrested him for it and put him in jail for 180 days and spending more time with his
makes
child
no fucking sense
than the court order said he should. Yeah, and so things like that, they have to go. They have to go. That tells you, even in a situation where the system is winning, everybody's winning, except the guy, because he's the one paying out more money, but he's winning because he's spending more time with his child. Yeah. You said that, Brother Connect. Credit where credit's due, but we do. I agree with JT. We need something wholly and altogether different than this. This does not work. Yeah, this does not work. So those are my closing thoughts on it. We need something altogether different. Brother Clarence, thank you for having me up here. And again, it's good to see where I think this platform is good to see where people can actually see Black men having a conversation where even though we disagree, we're not insulting each other.
Nah.
We don't put nobody's helmet. We're not yelling and screaming.
JT insulting me, but
we're not cussing each other out. You know,
but JT, man, Hank is mean.
At least he didn't cuss me out.
Right. But the thing is, you get what I'm saying. It's not violent. You know what I'm saying? We're not.
Man.
We're not insulting each other. We can have a conversation where we don't even have to agree at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And still be civil. And it's
shit on this goddamn panel.
All right, man.
He's just mad. Hank is mad because he needs to cook at the restaurant.
Hey, I gotta ask
Hank is mad because he needs to cook at the restaurant. That's why.
Gentlemen, hold on. Mandrell, where can everybody find you? Where can everybody find you, Mandrell?
Everyone can find me on Black Men Unfiltered Network. I'm usually there on Tuesdays, Fridays, but I'm definitely there on Wednesday nights at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Okay. I do my show where my sister co-hosts with me.
Boring as fuck.
And see, people think it's boring because it's educational. You actually learn something from my show, Brother Clarence. That's what people like Marcus don't get that. You know what I'm saying?
He ain't shit.
All right. Hey, and by the way, Mandrell, just to let you know, I don't want to deprive you, brother. We giving away these backpacks, man. We trying to raise money to give these backpacks away.
I'm telling you, bro. Hey, it's a tax write-off. It's a tax write-off.
Just to let you know before you walk out the door, brother. We accept donations and we accept pledges even, right? I don't have it right now, Brother Clarence. Okay, you're going to have it in 2 weeks.
Basically, I owe you.
I'm gonna have it on. Hey, I'm gonna have it on the first, Brother Clarence.
All right, brother. I got you, man.
That's what he said last time.
Mandrell, even if you don't give us a penny, man, we still want you to come back, man. We still want you to come back.
Absolutely. I like it over here. I support your platform. I do.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you, man. All right, that's Mandrell. You can find him over at Black Man Unfiltered. When's your next show, Mandrell?
Next show is tomorrow night. We're still working on a title for it, but
today is Tuesday.
I know. But hey, listen. I'm awesome like that.
You sound like a fucking announcer.
Von Eric, I'm like that. I'm awesome like that, Von Eric.
Okay, I got.
All right, brother. That's Mandrell. We're gonna see him over there on Black Men Unfiltered.
Shout out to my man Mandrell. Me and him go do a One Piece talk sometime.
All right, let's Mandrell put him down. All right, who's that? Jay, you wanna take a run?
Yeah, do I make your do this? Will be real quick. First of all, shout out to all the men that came on the panel to talk and have the points that they had. I really love to hear what everybody had to say. And also, like I said, we may disagree, but we weren't calling each other names. At least I love that personally. It shows maturity and how men can actually get stuff done instead of act like dumbasses and just call each other names like fucking children. Thank you. I'm glad all y'all didn't do that. Thank you.
Like Hank just did.
Yeah, piece of shit.
Yo, Marcus, hold on. I want to say something. Marcus, you've been calling people names too, bro. I don't want. It's not just
just like you called me a name earlier. So fuck you too. Get the fuck off the panel.
I call you a name. Hey, JT and Clarence, what you are witnessing is two brothers just having a conversation, and he's off his rocker.
Yeah,
I'm sensible right now.
I'm sorry. I'm in my emotional frame right now.
dude, I was in an emotional frame earlier, but I had my lady earlier. I'm good. I'm chilled.
Yeah,
I'm chilled. I'm cool. But all in all, like I said, conversations like these have to be had in order for change to be brought upon. But also, it requires action, and also not just good talking points, but also resolution behind that. Hank, you're correct on one thing. Damn, I don't want to say that freaking word. I'm trying to get out of the habit of saying the N-word, all right? It's hard. Them dumbasses, I think that's better to say it. Them dumbasses that won't come in sense of anything because they only care about their own self-gratification. They're dumbass fucking man-hoes. That's what they are. My bad, man-whores. I like that better. That's what they are. And until they get a brain, which they probably won't, until they fall and sink in the ocean, which I don't give a damn if they do personally, because I'm just that ruthless. The real brothers will come out the intelligent brothers will come out and actually do what is needed to help. And I know plenty of them too. And I have conversations with them every Friday and Thursday. They call me to talk to me, let me know how they're doing, and also what I can do to improve my situation even better than what I'm at right now. Not in the best situation, but they are helping me be better. So, like I said, that's the type of support that brothers need to have and mindset more often than not. But hey man, Hank, I love your energy, brother. I mean, shit, you might be my damn coach. Shit. Yeah. And Marcus, brother, I know you Hispanic, but you always gonna be one of us, regardless of anything, man.
Melanated or not, I don't give a fuck.
Well, Eric, brother, I love you.
Definitely.
That's gonna trigger his ass.
I can't stand Baltimore motherfuckers right now. They laughing real comfortably too. I know. I'm talking about Vaughn.
I love your points. You come with a lot of passion, and also I love your takes. I love your history, man. You make good, solid points, brother Clanch. Listen, your history to Black brothers everywhere. You just gotta, like I said, just always hear each other out on these points. And that was one of the things I had a hard time doing that when I was very, very young. Now I'm older. I hear everybody now, and it's just not hearing me. I hear them because they might have a perspective that's gonna help me. That's why I'm not like so blind in my own self. So that's why I always need it. JT, brother, actually, I think I'm second time meeting you. I've heard your points before. Like I said, I haven't joined all the Black Man's conversations all the time, but I do watch them. I see you come on. I like what you represent, and I like that you're about what you feel.
Appreciate you, brother.
More brothers need to have some of that. Of course, be themselves with individuality, but they need to have some, I think, more passion because, like I said, some of y'all just be writing my own family members, and then some of them just be my dad and mixing my uncles. It's really what it is, and I'm just like, yeah, y'all talk just like they ass. But I think that's needed, man, and that's why I said like, brothers come together to talk like this. Rarely will you ever see them all, not just disagree, but also you'll see them actually, come to consensus on a few things, but also we don't hate each other at the end of the day. Like I said, because we know this is we're trying to win this war. I'm trying to like I said, we want to shut this shit down and come on top. And I don't give a damn if we have to do it the Killmonger way. And guys, I don't mean going out and slaughtering. I'm saying going out there and be about that mentality. We on top. The one thing that brother was right about, we can be on top. And that's what we should do for our people. If you want to do it that way. That sounds very selfish, but hey man, we gotta be a little selfish in that regards to try to rise up. So all in all, brother Clarence, I love the topic. It was very much needed. And I will be donating to the fundraiser sometime this week, man.
Right on.
Yeah, I'm not doing it pledge. I'm gonna send it right away. I promise.
All right, brother. I appreciate you, man.
I'm sorry. I don't I don't like pledges because I can't pledge to something.
I lost
I'm
so
more of
many
a man of action. I'm
subscribers,
going to go out and go do it. I think it's just
man.
better if I do that because at least
But this is the only time I'm gonna hit you, man.
predicate later on.
This is gonna be a one and done, and then you don't have to worry about it till next year, right?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got you, man. Listen, all y'all men have a great night, man. And yo, JT, man, I appreciate the spaghetti, bro.
Yeah, man.
All
right, Hank, you be well, Von Eric, Brother Clarence, and Marcus, man. Stop being so angry and just be happy, man.
I'm angry because you're on the fucking panel. Get out of here.
All right, that's Jay Takashi. If you haven't already subscribed to Jay Takashi, go on over to Jay Takashi and subscribe to Jay Takashi and see if that's the kind of content you can dig. All right, shout out to Jay Takashi. All right, Brother Von Eric, man.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just want to, you said
shout out to Baltimore.
Yeah. You think that NAACP wouldn't be, the lawyers wouldn't be to help, Clarence?
Would they help? I think they're going to have a political. They're going to have a political reason to do it, brother, because they're politically connected to their public face as protecting. Really, see, like for them to get involved with us, they get involved with very egregious situations with black men. They don't have to be as egregious with black women, but with us, it has to be egregious, man. It has to be really egregious. And I don't know if they would consider us paying too much in child support or the system violating us the way it does. I don't know if they would consider that as an egregious enough situation without a push. Like if we had a men's group that was putting pressure on them to look into it, then I think they would look into it. But if they have left alone to look on themselves, no, because
that's true.
Ramifications.
That's true, and that's true, and that's relies the problem right there, and that's why it's support what Hank was saying when it comes to black people sticking together, because they are black men and they're not sticking together. And then if they don't, and you saying it has to be egregious to them to do it, then they went away from the foundation of the reason why they was put together, if they look at it in that way. So, but just like I said, if anybody need that woman's number or her law firm, I can.
But now, hold on, not to take nothing away from the NAACP. They do a lot of good work over there. I'm not saying that they don't do good work, but what I'm saying is their caseload, they have to file through their caseload, and a lot of it is politically motivated. So that's why.
And that's a problem. That's a problem. Okay. They do a lot of good.
I don't want to put them out there like they're not doing good work over there.
They do a lot of good work for themselves.
Well,
that's what they do for themselves.
There's some cases they win where some people come, some people they've done some things for some people. So I don't want to just put political doing nothing over there.
You're right. They is doing something. They is doing good work for, like you just said, politically connected people. So yeah. So but I'm talking about for like what we're talking about for the people at the bottom who are suffering, that's being oppressed. That's what I'm talking about.
Wait. Hold on. Shout out to Brother Hink. Shout out to Brother Hink.
Don't do that. That ain't what I do.
I know, brother, but we acknowledge everybody, brother. We appreciate your generous donation. I have acknowledged so many different people, brother. So I don't want to leave you out.
If that's what you do, go ahead. Okay, my bad.
All right, man. Shout out to Brother Hink, though. Okay, but I understand. Believe me, I got you, Hink. All right, Von Eric. I'm sorry, brother, to interrupt you.
No problem. Like I said, that woman, if someone need her, because she does good work. She was on the Ghetto Boys, like I said. Matter of fact, it was her, and there's another woman that's coming together because she wrote a book about the corrupt system, how it works and how it's against, especially black men. So she, and like I said, she takes payments and stuff like that. So if anybody, please look up her and listen to her. And if you do listen to her, just pass the information to other men that may need her help, because she's doing good work. And I just glad that y'all allowed me to come up, Brother Clarence. I appreciate it. It's been a while, and I'm glad to talk to these good brothers, Hank, JT. Always a good time speaking with Marcus. Y'all some good, knowledgeable brothers that know.
Fuck you.
to know. Thank you to know the system, and I love listening to y'all brothers because I gain wisdom and knowledge and understanding, and I appreciate y'all brothers for bringing that forward today, including you, Marcus. I know you're not, but that's another
You ain't
story.
shit.
But I appreciate y'all once again, Brother Kearns. Thank you. God bless all of y'all. I love you all, y'all brothers.
Yeah, man. Same here, brother. Same here. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Absolutely.
All right. That was Von Eric, man. That's my brother from Maryland. Brother Hink. Brother Hink. Got any closing words, man? I'll just leave about the restaurant.
You should always do that. If they ain't acting right, leave the motherfuckers at the restaurant. But first things first, man. Black men, protect yourself at all times.
Yes, sir.
I mean, this is just another example why you got to protect yourself. You understand what I'm saying? Know the laws, especially the family laws. If you got a child by a woman, you better get to know them laws because you're going to be involved in that system, I promise, more times than not. Don't put your faith and your freedom, your livelihood in a woman's hands. You better not. You may not like the outcome because guess what? 5, 6 years, 10 years from now, if YouTube is still around, you're going to be up here probably preaching the same thing if we ain't got them laws changed yet. You're going to be going through the same issues we're talking about if them laws are not changed yet. So, man, protect yourself. Do the right thing. Do what you have to do. You know what I'm saying? Don't go in them courts, family courts, naked head. What I'm telling you, don't go without a lawyer. Don't you ever do that. I wouldn't go in no court without a lawyer, but especially family court.
Right.
There's no damn way because you ain't going to like what's going to happen to your ass.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So make sure you do what you got to do. And definitely vet these women. Definitely vet these women the best you can. And if you don't know how to vet, you hit Hink up on Instagram. If you need help, if you need some questions, Uncle Hink got you. You just hit me up.
We're
going to come up with some questions and we're going to do what we got to do. But don't just go in there and just let these women just, because they got a nice fat ass or some big old titties, a pretty face, and they squirting on your chin, thinking they going to get away with, no, don't do that. A lot of women could do all those things for you, but you got to make sure she's the right one. The right woman.
Yeah.
Don't just sleep up, hang up, and kick it with anything, because those are situations to get you caught up in what we talking about.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Do the right thing. And men, take your health serious, please. Get your prostate checked. Get your blood work done. Get your colonoscopies. Do what you got to do, man, to make sure you're going to be around for them kids.
Yeah.
They need you. In order for you to be the best father you can be, you got to be available. You got to be around.
Definitely.
So please take care of yourself as far as health and medically, mentally, emotionally. Get some therapy if need be. Have conversation with somebody you can trust and somebody you can rely on, can confide in. If it's one of your brothers, family members, man, pastors, I don't care who it is. Find somebody that you can rely on and talk to and pour yourself out to. Because there's going to be some days, man, you don't feel like you could take it anymore. Find somebody you can trust and confide in, please. And if you can't find nobody, hit up at Hink75 on IG if that's what need be. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not a professional, but I'm going to come to you with love. And I'm going to come to you with common sense. It's not about feelings. Fuck feelings. Nobody gives a shit about your feelings.
Yeah.
But I care about you enough to listen to you, then that's what I'll do. If that's all you need, just somebody to listen to you, do that. All right, Brother Clarence, I appreciate you even letting me up here. It was a pleasure hanging out with you men. You know what I'm saying? Every last one of them. Even Marcus, stanky ass.
Oh, man, that's fucked up.
Wait, before you go, brother, where can we find you, man?
Well, man, you can find me on the LaPeefit on Sundays, man. I'm up there hanging out every Sundays at 10 a.m. Central. 11 a.m. Eastern. So you can find me there. You can also find me on IG. But soon your boy Hink gonna have his own YouTube show.
Okay,
so,
well,
so brother Clarence, you better stay clear. I'm coming.
We waiting, brother.
I'm coming to share that knowledge. Not only
it's gonna be called Hank versus Hose.
Hey,
yeah, well, no, I'm not like
leave him at the restaurant.
Fellas, it won't be a fair fight. I'm telling you right now, because ain't no rules to fight. We ain't boxing.
The field is wide open, man. We need more brothers to step into the gap, brother. So come on.
Hey, I'm not here just for the help the men. I'm here for everybody.
Right.
I'm gonna help some of you 304s. You know what I'm saying? Change your life.
Well, I want to see that. I want to see your brand of help, brother. 304. All right, man. That's Hink, man.
When I get my show together, you come on over and hang out with me, baby.
Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for inviting me over.
Right on, JT, Marcus, Brother Clarence, and everybody else who's on the panel, man. Y'all be safe.
All right, you too, good brother. That's Hink, man. You can find him over at Lapeef Network, man. Better known as the mothership over here, right? But shout out to Hink. I'm gonna pull you down. All right, Marcus. All right, man. You got some closing remarks, man? I think everybody that was insulting you is gone now. So,
man, fuck all those motherfuckers that were talking shit about me. I don't need them. I'm gonna divest from this fucking bullshit. No, real shit. No, I'm just kidding. I thought it was pretty dope because when I saw both of y'all coming up on the panel together, like y'all were saying, y'all agreed on a lot of most stuff. It's just the way you guys were coming at it from a different angle.
Right.
And it's at no point is wrong. It's just about like the moral standpoint of it, right? And in life, things are gonna get fucked up and things is gonna go wrong, and morality gets thrown out the window sometimes. Even though I believe in morals, we believe in value, we believe in integrity, honesty, truth, you know, certain things like that we get taught. If we don't get taught in life, young age, we get taught in the military. A few of us taught that, and it stuck with us. So, you know, the plight of men has long been taking a backseat, and it's about time that people start speaking up, start doing things. You know,
Marcus, you kind of changed on the counter or something, man. You going through your car? You know,
no, it was my dog. She won't shut the fuck up. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My bad. My dog's just in the cage. I'm not trying to yell. That's why. But except that the people that were talking shit about me in the chat, I'm trying to yell at them. You know, yeah, like I thought it was a dope show. I thought everybody came up did their good perspectives and their answer solutions and stuff. It's okay to disagree, but as long as we know that we're coming up with solutions, and at the end of the day, that's what matters. Y'all are dope men. Y'all are dope people. From what I got to talk to y'all,
brother. Right back at you.
And you know, I support these types of conversations more than just. It's not just about getting laid, or it's not just about, you know, getting so much money. It's more about what you're gonna do with your community, how you're gonna help the people in the future. So, I think that's a true leader right there. I think in my book. So, peace to y'all. Much respect, and I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for having me.
All right, my man, Marcus.
All right, brother Marcus. See you later, brother. Appreciate it.
Also, make sure you hit the link, like, share, subscribe, leave a comment to the Cash App, PayPal, to all these content creators. What We Know podcast. Let's start the Better Back Life. Help his donations cause. I ain't a pledge, motherfucker. I don't pledge, but I will send you some shit right before. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, I got you.
Whatever you can do, brother. Whatever you can do.
I got you.
Spread the word. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much.
Out, man. Let me divest from this panel right now. And then
All right. That is Brother Marcus. Shout out to Brother Marcus. Okay. Here it is, man. Me and the man himself, JT. What We Know podcast. All right. So, brother JT. I'm just gonna say it, brother. I know he told me not to say nothing, but I'm gonna say it anyway. This brother just gave a generous donation to us, man, and I know it had nothing to do with me. It just had his heart to do it. Just like Hink, just their heart to do it. They felt like it's a good cause, even though he got it for me. He's gonna give to the cause, right? He's gonna give to the cause. Shout out to I can respect a brother like that. I mean, we don't agree, but I definitely can respect a brother like that. Okay, so I'm gonna let JT have the last word, and it's all yours, JT.
Yeah. Hey man, I thank you for having me on your panel,
Always.
brother. Most definitely. And even though we have disagreements, brother, I don't have any disdain for you at all.
I know that, man. I know that. So
I'm a always support. I support your channel even before then. You know, I'm a like, subscribe, still share it. When we got some, you know, some discourse, man, that's what it's about, man. Let's have this. Let's have it. Let's, you know, let's get it together and hash it out and whatever, man. That's all it is. I got mad love for you, brother.
Same here.
I think I did overstate. You definitely are not bad for black men. I definitely got to recant that. You know what I'm saying?
Appreciate that, man.
We have a lot more in common than we don't.
Right.
So
that's the way I see it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like to have these conversations. I like to have discourse with brothers like yourself, so we can actually let other people see that we still got love for each other.
Yeah, man.
No matter what. And I'm not going on nobody's platform if it's going to be filled with a whole bunch of drama. You know what I'm saying? So that's not what I'm about at all. I do have, you know, some things that could be controversial, but hey, let's have a conversation about it.
Right.
But other than that, hey man, I'm gonna leave it right here. Where is that right here? And if we need to have the conversation again, or I'd rather push it forward.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
And once we push this conversation forward, then it's definitely going to take a baby of its own. But we did need to have the conversation, and we do need to have it constantly, because I mean, it's right now, man, as black men and as men in America, we got a problem. And it ain't just us. I'm 50.
I'm 54. Yeah.
I'm 50. So I'm you know, I'm in that space where I'm really trying to look at the younger brothers. So arguing about it is not going to do anything for them.
Agreed.
Having discourse and ideology arguments, okay, we're gonna have that. But at the end of the day, we still gotta have a through line. We still gotta have a common ground. And the common ground is that we want better for our people.
Right.
That's basically what it is, bro.
Right.
So I thank you for having me on your platform, man. I'm always support.
And come on back, brother. If you disagree with me about something else, come on back. Hey, bro, Clarence, I want to talk to you about this, man. Come on back, man. It's all good. It's all good. We might get a little heated and everything, but like you said, at the end of the day, brother, if I seen something coming your way, I would definitely tap you on the shoulder and say, "Hey, bro, this is happening. This is." We can talk about our differences later, but I don't want to see nothing happen to you, man. Shout out to you. And what's the name of your podcast, brother?
You can go to What We Know Podcast. That's with me, JT, and my boy Rob. On Saturday nights, we at 9:30, man, we have our podcast, and we talk about basically the same things that we talk about here. Sometimes we talk about, you know, especially because it's a Saturday night, we do video reactions, sometimes breakdowns, but we always bring it back to the number one thing, and that's relationships and family.
Okay, right.
Always, no matter what it is we talk about, man. So most definitely.
Right on.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's JT from What We Know Podcast. If you haven't already subscribed to What We Know Podcast, go on over to What We Know Podcast. Hey, man, we got a lot more in common than we thought, man. We got a lot more in common than we thought, man.
No doubt.
All right, man. Check out JT. Good dude, man. Puts out some, gave a generous donation to us, man. And, you know, on top of that, man, he said, you know what, but Clarence, we agree on more than we disagree. And that's the way I see it too, man. Shout out to you, JT, man. We'll see you next time, man. Peace, brother.
All right, brother.
Now. All right, man. That was brother JT, and you can go on over to What We Know Podcast. Check him out. He said he's having a show on this Saturday, man. Go on over there and check him out, and check out that content. See if that's the kind of content you are down for. Holy smokes, y'all! We did 4 hours. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. I thought we was gonna do a lot more. I had another topic that Patrice had sent me, but we didn't even get a chance to get to that, right? All right. So shout out. Okay, y'all. What y'all think about the show? Right. Shout out to everybody, and let me apologize to the chat. I owe you guys an apology in the chat because I usually announce people, but I was so focused on what was being said. See, a lot of times, man, when you on the chat, man, when you on the panel, you need to pay attention to what's happening, man, and what people are saying. Because if you miss one thing, then the conversation can take a whole nother turn, and then you miss what was said, right? And then boom, you know, now you trying to respond and you don't even know what was said, and you know, it just looks crazy, right? So my apologies to everybody in the chat. If I didn't call you out, I didn't acknowledge you, I apologize to you. Normally I would, but you know, I was so focused in the conversation today that I slipped on that part that I usually usually do. So y'all forgive me, man, because I'm, you know what I'm saying, I'm not perfect. So y'all forgive me, but I'm definitely trying to do a weekend, you know, I'm trying to do better and I'm trying to learn, man. You know what I mean? All right, y'all. So we got to do this quick, man, because I got some other stuff. I got some other videos got to upload. Okay. So what y'all think about the show? Cool? Did we do a good job? Did we cover some of the topics that y'all wanted covered? We tried to. We tried to. Shout out to the Great Pill Podcast. You know what I'm saying? You know, I think I shouted you out already, Wally. Yeah, you know, did we cover some of the topics? I think we tried to cover the topics that you know, everybody wanted the topic. We covered the elephant in the room, of course, the child support issue. You know, but you know, JT came over, man, and I was running and gunning for him, and he said he came over, and so you know, which I had knew. See, I knew that JT really, you know, wasn't, you know, he was just talking about that particular solution. But the way he had said it, the way he had came off, he was talking about this particular situation. But the way he had came off, it seemed like it was a general it was his general feeling. And so I was like, that don't sound too good. Let me bring him up so we can talk about it, right? You know what I'm saying? So I knew once we got to talking, he would see, man, hey man, we got more in common than what we thought we didn't have in common. We got more in common. So, you know, shout out to brother JT, man. And then he came up, you know what I'm saying? I didn't know if he was gonna come up. I didn't think he was gonna come up. Well, I thought he may come up, but I didn't know for sure if he would or wouldn't. But he came up, man. You know, soldier through it. You know what I'm saying? And you know, we were banging heads for a little while, but when we finally realized, man, we had more in common, then that was the thing, man. So always try to find that common ground, y'all. If you out there with somebody and you have some situation, always try to find that common ground, and then from there you can go and work with, you know, you can go work on whatever you need to go work on, right? But at that point, I'm on the air right now. Okay. Yeah, my landlord came in. All right, so I had to tell him I'm on the air. Usually I have my door closed. It's so hot out here in California. All right, so anyway, let me see. Oh yeah, I was talking about the show, man. I think we did good. Okay. So let me do the rundown, y'all. Let me do the rundown. Because I'm really behind. Let me do the rundown. Let me see what Patrice is talking about. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it right now, Patrice. All right. Let's see. Let me do the rundown. Can you guys believe that Patrice and Von Bryant did a rundown? They tried to do it like me, but I don't know. Actually, they did a pretty good job, man. Patrice and Von did a rundown. It was pretty good. I was laughing. I was watching it the other night. I was laughing. Shout out to Patrice and Von Bryant. All right, man. I forgot to shout out Bolo, man. My man came through. Shout out to Bolo, man. Even though you disagree with me, Bolo, but I still love you, brother. Still love you. All right. So anyway, the rundown. Well, first of all, y'all know who comes first always. It's the most valuable people, MVP. It's the chat. The chat is where it's at. Man, the chat came through. Everybody came in the chat. It was all good. Blaze Brown came through. I hadn't seen Blaze Brown in a long time. Blaze Brown came through, man. Shout out to Blaze Brown. Shout out to you, sis. All right, man. You know, we had a lot of people in the chat, man, but, you know, nothing got ridiculous. Nothing got crazy. We didn't have to go check nobody, man. You guys in the chat, making sure everything is legit. Appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. Motivating, asking good questions. Sometimes, y'all, let me tell y'all how the panels work. Sometimes we on the panels, right? And you on the panels, and all the content creators can tell you, JT, Black Man Unfiltered, you know, all these content creators can tell you. Sometimes, man, you got a guest that's on the panel that's so that is so has so much information, man, that you got to pay attention to what they're saying. And so you can't be in a chat like you want, I knew normally I can scan everything, but the brother I brought up here, JT, the brother was, very intelligent brother, man. So I'm like, okay, I got to watch what he's saying, man, because he may say something, and then we talking about something we way over here, right? And so I need to be paying attention. So I was really focused on him and what he was talking about. But shout out to the chat, man. Y'all made sure everything was legit. A-okay. A-okay. All right. Yeah, very strong performance from the chat. Very strong performance. Man, we love y'all. We appreciate y'all. Very, very, very strong performance from the chat. All right, let me do the rundown for everybody that came on the stage today. What about Rico? Rico came on the stage. Rico came through. Shout out to brother Rico, man. I pulled everybody down when JT came up because I wanted him to tell me, his feelings about me as far as what he was talking about. I wanted him to context what he was saying. I knew it was contexted, but I wanted him to context it, right? Because I was like, man, me and this brother never had no issues. You know what I'm saying? Other than the fact that we disagreed on some structural things about child support, but other than that, we really didn't have no issue. So I knew it was something relating to the child support situation, but I wanted him to say it. I didn't want to be like, just assume that. I want him to say it publicly, just like he had said what he said publicly, right? But the brother even went, well, I'll get to JT in a minute. We talking about Rico now. Rico, what do y'all think about Rico? Very strong performance, very strong performance. I wish he would have stayed. I wish he would have stayed a little longer, right? I wish he would have. I wish he would have stayed. But Rico has a thing, man, about kids, man. Once he gets the perception that we gonna just leave kids in the wind, he don't want that conversation, man. He doesn't. He's a very sensitive guy when it comes to kids, man. So he's gonna bow out sometimes when he feels like we're talking about a situation where kids are gonna get left behind. But shout out to Rico, man. Very strong performance, very strong. Very solid, very solid. As always. What about Black Man Unfiltered? Black Man Unfiltered. Shout out to you, Great Pill. What about Black Man Unfiltered? Black Man Unfiltered came through, right? Riding for the homies, right? Oh man, one horror story after another. I'm gonna start calling Black Man Unfiltered Elvira, man. That man got so many horror stories, man. Golly. And let me tell you about another horror story. And let me tell you about another man that got run over by a black woman, right? Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. If you haven't already subscribed to Black Man Unfiltered, go on over to Black Man Unfiltered and subscribe and check that kind of content out and see if that's the kind of content you can get with, man. Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. What do you think? I think he was very strong. Strong performance, very solid, very solid. Black man is gonna be Black Man, right? Women all are the root of all evil and all that. Black Man is the leader of the He-Man Woman Haters Club, right? And shout out to him, man. But that's just his perspective, man. That's how you get down. But deep down into all that, he's a good brother, man. In my opinion, right? But we just disagree on some structural things. But shout out to the brother, man. But I thought he had a very strong performance. Very solid, very solid. What about Hink? Hink came through. Man, you know what I mean? He sat for a while, shot his shot. You know what I'm saying? But what I think about Hink, man, Hink is a lot of potential to get a lot of these young guys, man, under his wing, man. I think they would look at him and say, hey, you know what? I'd like to be strong like that brother, man. So he's going to have a lot of potential. He's got a lot. If he gets his channel up like he says he's going to do, I think he'd be able to help a lot of young cats, man, because a lot of young cats, they like to see a man of strength, man. We all as young men like to see other men of strength. And that brother has a very strong brother, man, and has a very solid presence. So shout out to Hink. You know what I'm saying? And Hink don't always agree with me, right? You don't always agree with me. So, but shout out to the brother, man. Very solid, very solid. Very strong performance today. Very solid, very solid. What about JT? JT came through, man. JT came through. Yeah, he seemed like he is a well-balanced brother, man. Great Pill. JT came through. holy smokes. I didn't know if he was going to come. I didn't know if he was not going to come. I didn't know what he was going to do, right? I didn't know what he was going to do, but he came through, man. And he said, okay, Clarence, you wanted me here. You invited me in. He G'd up. He came through. And even though we was, trying to find some kind of middle ground, eventually him and me, I don't think it was just him. It was me too. I was like, hey man, you know what? We're more in agreement than we more in agreement than in not agreement, right? But then man, JT came through, man, and he pushed his position, and I pushed my position, and that's what I like, man. We both stand on our position and we pushed our positions, and we came to a stalemate, right? But finally I agreed to him. I said, hey man, we agree with more and stuff, didn't we? And then he even said, yeah, man, maybe I jumped the gun when I said what I said, you know what I mean? And so, you know what I mean? And I don't mind him having that opinion of me or not. It's just that I wanted him to make sure that it was based in he connected it to that issue so that people could see he don't feel that way about me personally. This is just his feelings about my position. Right? That's what I wanted him to, and he did that. He did that. So shout out to JT for that, man. Plus, this brother, man, him and Hink, they gave generous donations to the cause, to the backpacks. Oh yeah, they did. Generous donations, man. Generous. I'm about to show y'all how much we got now based on them dudes cash apping us some money, right? Those brothers gave us some generous donations, man. Shout out to those brothers, man. But yeah, JT, very solid, man. Very solid. I thought that was a solid thing to do for the brother to say, maybe I jumped the gun, Clarence. Maybe I jumped the gun. Maybe I could have said that better, right? I thought that was solid. Now I can respect that. Even if he feel that way, he's just say, hey man, I could have said that better. You're right. I could have said that better. Mad respect for the brother. Mad respect for the brother. If you haven't already, subscribe to What We Know Podcast. Go on over to What We Know Podcast and go on over there and subscribe to those brothers and see if that's the kind of content you can get with. Shout out to JT. Very solid, very strong. Started out rocky, but we all got on solid ground after that, man. Shout out to brother JT. What about Von Eric? What about Von Eric? Man, we we got to start doing with Von Eric, y'all. We got to start bypassing Von Eric and just go straight to his sister that works for the government. No, I'm just kidding, man. Von Eric, man, we love that brother, man. He's a good dude, man. Good dude. Shout out to Von Eric, man. What do y'all think about his performance today? Very solid. As always, man. Von Eric is very solid, man. Very patient dude. Very respectful dude. That's why he's appreciated on so many different panels, man. Very patient, very respectful brother, man. So, and with a lot of knowledge too, man. Got a lot of knowledge, man. Shout out to him. You know what I mean? Now, sometimes you got to check his knowledge, right? But he does have a lot of knowledge. He does have a lot of knowledge, man. Shout out to brother Von Eric, man. Good brother, good dude, man. Very solid performance, very strong. All right, what about Jay Takashi? What about Jay Takashi? Jay Takashi came in. You know what I like about Jay Takashi? One of the things I like about Jay Takashi, he ain't afraid to sit down and say, hey, man, I had to go to counseling, right? I had to get some professional help. And this is how it helped me, right? And he tries to express that to other people, man, so they can see there's nothing wrong with going and getting some professional help. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Shout out to Jay Takashi, man. What do y'all think about his performance today? He said, Brother Clarence, I agree with you on this. I disagree with you with that. See, these cats don't agree with me for nothing. I mean, they don't just agree with me, right? Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But what they do know is I'm going to hear them out. Even if they disagree with me, I'm going to hear them out, right? And shout out to Brother Jay. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, man. So Jay Takashi, if you haven't already, subscribe to Jay Takashi. Go on over to Jay Takashi and subscribe to the brother and get him a try and go to one of those chill sessions. See if that's the kind of content you can get down with, man. Jay Takashi is another young brother, man. Gives us hope, just like New Growth gives us hope in the young brothers, man. That, man, some of them are actually listening. Some of them are actually listening, right? But shout out to Jay Takashi. Very strong performance. Very solid. What about OG Patrice? What about OG Patrice? Are you kidding? You see that? You hear that last, the soliloquy she gave? Holy smokes, man! I was ready to shut down the broadcast right there, right? She said, "I love my people." I was like, "Man, what more can we say, right?" But shout out to OG Patrice, man. OG Patrice came through, man, and she doing a lot of stuff, man. But she made time to come on through and sound off, man, and put her 2 cents in, man. We appreciate her because normally Patrice comes into a situation. It's just her. She's just the only female in the situation. So man, it takes a lot of balls to come in to a situation in that situation and still, try to get your position put out there, right? Shout out to Patrice. What do y'all think? Very, very solid. Very solid performance from Patrice. Very solid. Very, very solid. If you really want to hear Patrice, go back and listen to her last little soliloquy that she made before we got into the closing remarks, man. Shout out to the sister, man. All right, very strong performance. What about Brother Marcus? Brother Marcus, right? Brother Marcus is respected all over the Black YouTube, right? Because he don't try to be nothing he ain't, man. He just be himself, man. You know what I'm saying? He just trying to be himself. But he agrees with what he agrees with. He disagrees. He didn't agree with me, right? But these guys know, hey, man, even if you disagree with me, I'm going to hear you out. I'm going to at least hear you out, right? I'm not going to just cut you off, change the subject or whatever. I'm going to at least hear you out, right? Shout out to Brother Marcus, man. You can catch Marcus all over the Black YouTube, man. He's all over the place out there, man. Oh, by the way, Patrice is having her own show. I forgot to mention that. She's going to have her own show on Knowledge and Relationships. If you haven't already subscribed to Knowledge and Relationships, go on over to Knowledge and Relationships and subscribe to those brothers over there, man. They're doing a whole bunch of good work over there. And one of the good things they're doing, besides helping a sister, man, that was really hurting out of the situation she was in, they also are bringing on OG Patrice, giving her own show, which she will be doing all kind of different things on that show, as far as I know. But as we get updates on that show, we will give them to you, man. But shout out, going over to Knowledge Relationships and subscribe. Don't forget, Patrice is gonna have her new shows debuting this Sunday. Don't forget, we want to go out there and support her. All right, but Patrice, very solid as always. Very, very strong as always. Shout out to Patrice. I was doing Marcus, as a matter of fact. Shout out to Marcus. Marcus, like I said, he's very respected, man. Dude that comes through and man, is very respectful young man. But at the same time, he will give you his opinion, right? Another veteran like JT, another veteran like Rico, another veteran like Mandrell. Marcus is a veteran of the U.S. military. Shout out to our vets. Both of my parents were vets, so I got big mad respect for vets. So anyway, shout out to Marcus. Very solid performance. Very, very solid. Very strong. Very strong. All right, we got one more left. Mandrell. What do y'all think about Mandrell? Mandrell came through, right? In a hail of gunfire, bro. Mandrell came in, right? And Mandrell has a spirit of just calming everything down, right? So when Mandrell came in, man, he shot his shots. He made some good points, man, right? And he made some good points. Shout out to Mandrell. He said you can find him over on Blk Men Unfiltered Network, where him and his sister have a show where they talk about different things. I don't know if it's today he has a show or maybe tomorrow where we're going to do a show, him and his sister. Shout out to him and his sister. They have a show. Shout out to Blk Men Unfiltered, by the way. If you haven't already subscribed to Blk Men Unfiltered, once again, you can go on over to Blk Men Unfiltered and subscribe to Blk Men Unfiltered and see if this kind of content you are down for. Shout out to those brothers. But Mandrell, what did you think about his performance today? Very solid. Very solid. He was very strong. Very strong. Very strong. Very strong. You know what I like about Mandrell? And what I like about a lot of cats like Mandrell, but one of the things I like about Mandrell is Mandrell never seems to get flustered, right? Even though he's being cut off, even though you disagree with him, even though you're going in on him, he doesn't seem to be flustered. I like that, man. I like that because I like to know that, there's guys are going to be able to, still maintain their argument, even though they're being triggered by a lot of different stuff, right? Because you're on a panel and you got 4 or 5 other guys hollering and screaming at you, right? That can be nerve-wracking, right? That can be nerve-wracking. So guys that hold themselves together in that situation, I give them, a shout out to that. All right, so that's Mandrell. Very solid, very strong performance. Very, very solid. All right, y'all, that's everybody in the rundown. It's everybody that I could at least remember. But y'all, we're going to come back here on Thursday. We're going to come back here on Thursday. I haven't figured out what we're going to do this Thursday yet because Patrice sent me a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to go through that stuff and I'm going to see. Shout out. It's good to have you back in the building, Blaze Brown. Good to have you back in the building. Shout out to everybody that came on the panel. Shout out to everybody that came on the chat. Shout out to everybody, man. Great job, everybody. Everybody did an outstanding job, man. These content creators, go check them out. See if that's the kind of stuff you want to get down for. We also, by the way, y'all thought I was gonna let y'all get out of here. We got the kids backpack fundraiser, right? We're taking cash apps, pledges. Cash goal is $3,100. Cash raised so far $1,670, right? $1,670 so far, right? Thank you. And the biggest people today that gave, I think Von Bryant gave. I think definitely JT gave. Definitely Hink gave. Let me see if I can get into my Cash App. See what happens when a lot of people, when people give to my Cash App, and there's so many of them, it's hard to get out of that together. But shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to everybody that gave. I will give you guys an update on Thursday who all gave, man. But anyway, I gotta go, y'all. I'm going to Patrice, get back over here so that I can hit you up. All right. But anyway, I'm trying to give Patrice a chance to get back in here. Thank you, everybody, for everything you guys have done. I guess I'll hit her later. Oh, this is my man. Hey, let me tell y'all something, man. I'm glad you stopped in, Bolo. If you have any issue, man, or something that's just not right in your spirit, man, and you say to yourself, Brother Clarence, you just ain't doing it for me. Okay. Let me hand you off. I used to work at a store called Foot Locker, right? And so if I was working with a customer and I couldn't sell them a shoe, we had what they call a handoff program, right? I'm gonna hand you off to another sales associate. Okay, I'm a sales associate. You're saying, Brother Clarence, I hear you, but I'm gonna hand you off okay, you guys have it. I'm gonna hand you off the Bolo. Right? Like I said, when I worked at Foot Locker, we had the handoff program. If I can't sell a shoe, I'm gonna hand it off to another sales associate. Okay, I'm gonna hand you off the Bolo, man. You can't. I can't, Clarence. I rock with you, but you're not. I just got some really deeper problems, and it's in my spirit, and I need something to help me spiritually, right? I need another look at it. I need somebody to take another look at it. I'm gonna drop you off on my brother Bolo, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV, go on over to Bolo, man, TV, and subscribe with that brother. I did. So go on over there and subscribe. Brother has different shows where he does different things at different times, but most of it is spiritually based, is my understanding. Most of it is spiritually based. Plus he's a good dude. He's a good dude, man. Good dude. Even though I knocked him out, I got him with the space ghost. He hit me first he got me with the Herculoids, right? Bow! Right? So then I got him back with the space ghost. Boom! Hit him with the space ghost, right? Shout out to my brother Bolo, man. But yeah, man, if you really need somebody that's really going that's about that life, man, that's really about that life and can spiritually probably get you where you trying to go. If you can't listen to me, that's cool, no problem. There's Bolo, there's Vaughn, and then there's Bolo too. Go on over there and check them out. Anyway, y'all, we're going to get out of here, man. We will see y'all on Thursday, man. Peace to everybody. Thank y'all for coming through. Shout out to Sister Annie, and we will see y'all. Peace.